In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Adrian Locke. I am 32 years old, and I have spent most of my life seeking solitude in the wilderness, chasing the silence of the deep woods that no town or city can provide. For years, I believed the forest was my refuge, a place where I could step away from the world's endless noise and return to something simpler. I had camped more times than I could count, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, but I had never once considered that one night under the canopy of trees might undo me completely. Looking back now, the decision to stay that night in the wilderness was not only reckless but ruinous, and my survival came at a cost that even now, I am not sure I truly paid in full. It began with a plan as simple as any of my trips. I wanted to challenge myself by camping in a remote stretch of national forest I had never visited before, an area so unfrequented that the nearest ranger station was 20 miles away. I studied maps, packed carefully, and assured myself that I was prepared. I even told myself I wanted to test my resilience, to see how I would manage a night deeper than I had ever gone, where trails thinned into deer paths and cell service vanished hours behind me. Perhaps I was overconfident. Perhaps I was careless. Or perhaps something was waiting for me out there, something that needed only my foolish pride to invite me in. The hike-in was uneventful, though I noticed early on how strangely quiet the forest seemed. Usually I would hear birds darting through branches, the occasional woodpecker hammering, or squirrels chasing each other across the underbrush. Instead, the silence felt heavy, like a thick blanket laid over the trees. The only sound I carried with me was the crunch of my boots and the steady rhythm of my breathing. It should have unsettled me then, but I convinced myself it was simply the season or the time of day. Solitude, after all, was what I had come for. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing near a sluggish stream. The grass there was patchy, the ground a little uneven, but it would serve as a campsite well enough. I pitched my tent, gathered some dry wood, and got a fire crackling before the sun slid behind the trees. The flames cast a soft glow, and I remember thinking it felt almost too easy, as if the forest was indulging me by giving up its dry sticks without protest. That small comfort settled me as I cooked a simple meal. Over the fire, ate, and leaned back against my pack to watch the sky fade to violet, then ink black. Stars bled slowly into view, unfamiliar in their patterns but beautiful all the same. I thought I would feel peace out there. Instead, as the fire dimmed to embers, unease began to prick at me. It started with the feeling that I was being observed, though the clearing was still and empty when I glanced around. The shadows at the edge of the firelight seemed to linger a moment too long, as if reluctant to retreat fully into darkness. I told myself it was nerves, nothing more. I had read too many survival accounts, too many ghost stories, and now I was letting my imagination turn the trees into watchers. But when the breeze shifted and I caught the faintest scent of something metallic, like rust or blood, I found myself staring into the black woods with a growing chill that no blanket could chase off. Around midnight, I tried to sleep. The ground was hard, and the air colder than I expected, and every small sound pressed me awake again. The snap of a branch, the ripple of water, even my own breath muffled by the nylon tent. At some point, though, I must have drifted into shallow rest, because I woke to the sensation of movement outside. Not the quiet shuffle of a deer or raccoon. This was heavier, deliberate, circling. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, and in the stillness that followed, I heard it, a low murmur, a whisper of words I could not understand. I froze. The fire had burned low, so whoever, or whatever, was outside should have had no light to see by. Yet the pacing continued, slow and methodical, as though it traced a perfect circle around my tent. Every instinct screamed at me not to unzip the flap, not to look, but I could not remain entirely still. My hand crept toward the hatchet I kept by my pack. The whispers grew a shade clearer then, and I realized with horror that the cadence sounded almost like my name. Not shouted, not spoken plainly. More like a breath drawn through teeth, drawn out again and again. Adrian. It lasted for hours, or it might have been only minutes. I could not tell. Fear distorted time into something shapeless. At last the sounds faded, and silence pressed in so heavily, I could hear the throb of blood in my ears. I told myself I had imagined it all, that fatigue and nerves had conspired to weave shadows into phantoms. But when dawn finally came, the ground outside my tent told a different story. The grass was pressed down in a perfect ring around the tent, the soil darkened by footprints I could not recognize. They were too long to be human, too narrow to be animal, and yet they trailed in a flawless circle, as if something had paced there endlessly, while I lay shivering within. Worse still, at the mouth of the tent flap, etched into the dirt, were 4 words in blocky letters. Stay on more IGHT. I cannot explain why I did not pack my deer at once and flee back the way I came. I think about that decision often, about how different my life might be if I had left then. But I was curious, stubborn, and strangely compelled. Fear clung to me, yes, but so did fascination. I told myself it had to be some prank by hunters or backpackers, someone who had followed me silently through the woods to play a trick. The rational explanation was easier to believe than the alternative, that the forest itself, or something within it, had spoken to me. So I stayed. I spent the day trying to distract myself, venturing a little farther along the stream, gathering more wood, forcing myself to eat. But as dusk approached, my dread grew. The silence of the woods deepened, and the shadows seemed to settle closer, folding themselves around the clearing. When I lit the fire that second night, the flames felt like the only barrier between me and something vast, something waiting just beyond the reach of the light. I sat with my hatchet across my lap, my eyes fixed on the tree line. For hours nothing stirred. But when the fire sank low again, I saw them. At first I thought they were eyes, small glints in the darkness. But they were teeth, rows of them, glimmering pale in the faint glow. They were too high to belong to any animal, and they were everywhere, scattered among the trees, faint and fleeting like shards of bone catching the light. I should have run then. I should have fled blindly into the night, firelight or no. Instead I sat frozen, the air strangling in my throat, and I realized the whispers were back, closer now, clearer. Stay, one more. The forest seemed to lean in, as if the trees themselves bent closer to hear my reply. And I, Adrian Locke, who had once believed the woods to be a sanctuary, found myself trembling in their grasp, too afraid to speak, too afraid to move. That was only the beginning. The fire had collapsed to embers, red veins pulsing faintly in the dark. I wanted to feed it, to throw on every piece of wood I had gathered, but something in me hesitated. The idea of shifting, of making noise, felt like an invitation. The glimmer of teeth in the tree line wavered each time I blinked, and though they looked too far apart to belong to a single creature, I could not shake the sense that they were one thing, pieces of a mouth too large to comprehend, circling me the way a predator circles wounded prey. I sat rigid until the sky began to pale. Only then did the teeth fade, swallowed back into the forest. The whispers retreated with them, thinning into silence as though the woods themselves exhaled. When the first light cracked over the treetops, I stumbled to my feet, stiff and trembling. I had not slept, I had barely breathed. Yet I convinced myself that daylight meant safety. It always had before. The clearing looked unchanged, deceptively calm. My tent sagged with dew. The fire pit smoldered faintly, and the stream beside camp burbled on as if mocking me. But when I went to fetch water, I saw them again. Footprints, faint but undeniable, imprinted in the damp soil along the bank. They trailed both directions, upstream and down. Too precise to be natural, too many to count. And though they twisted and overlapped, the strangest part was this: every one of them pointed toward my camp. None led away. I wanted to leave. I even packed up halfway, shoving gear into my bag with clumsy hands. But the message carved in the dirt the night before gnawed at me. Stay oi more and I gauge tea. If I left now, would I be breaking some unspoken demand? Would I provoke whatever lingered here? My rational mind told me I was losing it, that I was letting fear dictate nonsense. Yet my hands shook as I tried to tie down the pack, and in the end I let it fall back to the ground. I told myself I would wait for midday, gather courage, and then go. But midday came and went, and I still lingered in that cursed clearing, as though something unseen had tethered me there. The hours bled together. I walked in circles, checked my compass, studied the map. Anything to remind myself I was not trapped. The forest was silent as ever, oppressive in its stillness. When I finally dared to step beyond the clearing, just far enough to test the woods, I heard a snap behind me. A branch breaking. I turned and found nothing. But when I returned to camp, my map was gone from the log where I had set it. In its place lay a scrap of bark with a single word, gouged deep, tonjht. Panic clawed through me. I tore apart the area, searching for the map. Searching for any trace of a prankster, a hiker, a ranger. There was no one. No tracks beyond the strange prints, no movement in the trees. Nothing but the whisper of wind that carried my own name. As the sun lowered again, dread hollowed me out. I piled wood high in the pit, desperate for a fire that would last until dawn. Flames roared, spitting sparks upward, and I sat close enough that the heat burned my shins. This time I did not pretend I was imagining things. I knew they would come back. The forest obliged. It began with laughter, faint and broken, like a recording played too slow. It floated from tree to tree, impossible to pin down. Then came the voices, more than whispers this time. Words that tangled together, distorted but human enough to curdle my blood. They called my name again and again, stretching it, splitting it, turning it into sounds not meant for a human throat. And then I saw them. Figures between the trees, tall and thin, no detail save for their mouths. Teeth catching the light, wide and endless, smiling without joy. They did not step forward, not yet. They only swayed, rocking gently, as though waiting for something. I gripped the hatchet so hard my knuckles ached. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice cracking like dry bark. The trees bent with the wind though the air was still, and the voices answered in unison. "Stay." The word rippled through me, not just sound but weight, pressing against my chest. I shook my head, muttering no, no, no. But the shadows only leaned closer, their mouths splitting wider until I could see nothing but rows of teeth. And then, silence. The fire flickered low, and the figures vanished. Relief surged through me, but it was short-lived. A rustle at the edge of camp drew my eyes down. Something crawled there, low to the ground. I expected an animal. Instead, I saw a shape like a human hand dragging itself through the dirt. Pale fingers clawed forward, pulling an arm, then a shoulder, until an entire body dragged free from the earth itself. It was me. I stared at my own face, pale and smeared, eyes wide and unblinking. My double dragged itself fully into the clearing, limbs jerking awkwardly, mouth stretched in a grin that showed too many teeth. I stumbled back, nearly tumbling into the fire. The figure rose unsteadily, head cocked, watching me with hunger that needed no words. "I'm here now," it said, though its lips barely moved. The voice was mine, but hollow, echoing like a cavern. I don't remember dropping the hatchet, but suddenly it was gone from my hands. The double stooped, picked it up, and let the blade catch the firelight. I bolted into the trees without thinking, branches clawing at my face and arms as I ran blindly into the night. Behind me, laughter fractured the silence again, and the sound of my own footsteps echoed out of sync, as if something identical followed just behind. I don't know how long I ran. My legs burned. My lungs tore with each breath, but the forest stretched endless and unfamiliar. The compass needle spun uselessly in every direction. At last I collapsed against a fallen log, chest heaving, the taste of iron in my mouth. I dared a glance back. Nothing. Only the black wall of trees, silent and patient. When I woke, I was back in the clearing. I cannot explain how. One moment I was in the woods. The next I was on my back beside the fire pit, the sun just beginning to rise. My gear was stacked neatly by the tent, untouched. The footprints circled me again, pressed deeper this time. The ground clawed and churned. In the ash of the fire pit, letters had been carved. Stark and final last, NIGHT. I knew then I was no longer deciding whether to leave. The forest was deciding for me, and the forest wanted me to stay. I sat in the dirt staring at those words until the light of dawn blurred my vision. Lest NIGHT. They were not a plea. They were a command, a declaration. Something had been patient with me, circling, whispering, waiting. And now, I understood with a cold certainty that it had grown tired of waiting. The thought of leaving was laughable, even cruel. My legs ached. My throat burned. But deeper than all that was the bone, deep awareness that if I tried to step beyond the clearing again, the trees would not let me go. I had felt it in their silence, in the way the compass spun, in the way the map had vanished. The forest had closed its hands around me, and I was only just realizing I had walked willingly into its grip. I spent the morning pretending I could fight it. I rebuilt the fire higher, sharper, so the smoke clawed upward. Maybe, I told myself, a hiker might see it, a ranger, a pilot overhead. But by noon the sky had filled with low gray clouds, thick enough to strangle the signal of my desperation. The smoke rose only a short distance before the air swallowed it whole. I tried praying, though I had never been a man of faith. The words felt small in my mouth, weak compared to the whispers that slid between the trees. They had grown bolder now, not my name this time. New words repeated like a chant, stay, stay, stay. By late afternoon, I began to wonder if I was already dead. Maybe had died that first night, and this was some limbo shaped like the forest I once loved. The thought did not scare me as much as it should have. It almost felt like relief. But when I looked down at my hands, at the grime beneath my nails, the blood blisters on my palms, I knew I was still flesh, still prey. Night came again like a curtain falling too quickly. I had not eaten, barely drank, but my body felt electric, alive with panic. I piled the last of my wood onto the fire and watched the flames claw at the dark, though I knew they would not save me. The air grew heavy, charged. The silence broke. They came out of the trees, dozens this time. Two tall figures swaying with unnatural rhythm, their mouths stretching, teeth gleaming white and endless. They did not rush. They did not need to. They surrounded the clearing, forming a wide circle, hemming me in with those impossible grins. My breath hitched, shallow and ragged. The whispers rose louder, a chorus of voices bending around the crackle of fire. Stay, stay, stay. And then I saw it again, my double, crawling out from the soil at the edge of camp, plowing free as if the earth had been only a thin sheet to tear through. My face, my eyes, my voice. But this time it was not alone. Others followed, each dragging themselves up from the dirt, each with my face, each with my voice. They staggered upright, dozens of them, until the clearing swarmed with Adrian locks, each smiling too wide, each teeth bared in grotesque welcome. One of them spoke, stepping closer to the fire. "You don't belong out there," it said, my voice smooth, calm, too calm. "You belong here, with us. You asked for solitude, didn't you? You wanted silence. This is it." I shook my head, trembling so violently my teeth clattered. "I didn't ask for this." The others echoed me, a wave of voices that overlapped into something monstrous. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this." Over and over, until the words collapsed into laughter. The ring of figures pressed closer. The fire dimmed though the wood still blazed. The light swallowed as though the air itself had turned against me. My copies stood just beyond reach, their mouths hanging open, teeth gleaming with a hunger I could feel in my marrow. Something broke in me then. Survival stripped away reason. I lunged for my pack, tore out the last of my fuel canister, and hurled it into the fire. The flames exploded upward, a roar of heat and light that seared my face and sent sparks into the sky. For one instant, the clearing was brighter than day, every figure thrown into sharp relief. What I saw should have driven me mad. Their bodies were not human. Long, spindled limbs, torsos bent and warped, skin stretched thin as paper. Only the mouths were human, plastered onto the shapes like masks. Dozens of mouths, each set into two long faces, each grinning with teeth that belonged to someone else. To me. To every unlucky soul who had ever wandered too deep into this forest and never walked back out. The fire raged, and the figures shrieked in unison, a sound that pierced through bone. They recoiled, not destroyed, but pushed back just far enough that the circle broke. I did not hesitate. I ran. The woods tore at me as I fled, branches raking across my skin, roots clutching at my boots. Behind me, the whispers surged into a scream, voices layered and endless, shouting my name, promising I would never escape. But I ran anyway, half blind, half mad, until the trees began to thin and the dark broke into the pale suggestion of morning. When I stumbled onto a dirt road, I collapsed. My body refused to move another step. I lay there until the sky lightened fully, until a ranger's truck found me sprawled in the mud. They asked where I had come from, what had happened. I told them nothing. I could not shape words around what I had seen. They brought me back to the station, gave me water, offered to take me to the hospital. I refused. All I wanted was to leave. To run until the forest was nothing but a memory. But even as I sat in the safety of their office, the ranger speaking gently to me, I saw it. A faint smear of soil at the edge of the desk, and drawn into that soil, 4 blocky words, SEERUTONNIHT. I left that day, and I have never set foot in those woods again. I live now in the middle of a city, surrounded by concrete, drowned in noise. But sometimes, when the night grows too still, when the hum of traffic falters and silence creeps in, I hear the whispers again. They are patient. They will wait. And one night, when the quiet is deep enough, I know the forest will find me again. My name is Nathaniel Cole, and I have served as a park ranger for over 2 decades in various stretches of the American wilderness. I have stood beneath towering redwoods, walked the desolate back trails of Yellowstone, and crossed frozen passes in Alaska where the sky feels closer than the earth. My duty, at its most basic, is to protect the land and those who travel through it. But in truth, the work has never been so simple. When I introduce myself to visitors, I say my job is to keep both people and nature safe. That usually earns a smile. What I do not say, what no ranger ever says out loud, is that safety is only a hope, not a promise. The wild has its own rules, and sometimes it reminds you just how fragile a human body really is. In my years, I have witnessed strange things that I am still reluctant to explain. Most people think the hardest part of this job is confronting poachers or rescuing hikers who wandered too far. And while those moments have their own dangers, they are never what kept me awake at night. It has always been the wildlife. Not because of their natural ferocity, but because of how unnatural they sometimes seem when no one else is watching. I never intended to collect stories that gnawed at the edge of sanity. But when you spend long nights alone, in ranger stations, and endless days on patrol, the encounters come to you, whether you invite them or not. What follows are not campfire tales meant to thrill. They are memories etched into me as sharply as scars, each one real, each one refusing to fade. The first time I questioned whether I understood the wilderness at all was in Glacier National Park. I had been stationed there only a year. Still young, still eager to prove myself, when I was assigned to investigate reports of aggressive mountain lions near a seldom used trail. A pair of hikers claimed they heard growls circling them at night and swore that glowing eyes had followed them for hours. Most likely, I thought, they had camped too close to an animal's territory, and their imaginations ran wild with fear. I carried only my sidearm and a flare gun, and I set out alone just before dusk. The forest there has a way of pressing against you, as though the air itself wants you gone. The trail narrowed beneath spruces heavy with snowmelt, and by the time night crept in, I had the uneasy sense that I was not the only living thing walking it. At first, it was nothing more than the scrape of claws on stone somewhere behind me. Then, the faintest rustle of underbrush in rhythm with my own steps. I stopped. The noise stopped. I moved, it moved. When I raised my flashlight, the beam caught nothing but drifting fog between the trunks. I set camp on a rise that gave me a view of the slope below. Protocol told me not to make a fire if I suspected predators, but instinct betrayed me. I wanted light, any light, against the growing blackness. The fire spit sparks into the cold night, and for a while, the crackle was the only sound. Then came the eyes. They appeared at the edge of the firelight, too high off the ground for any cougar. Amber. Unblinking, they reflected the flames as if mocking them. I drew my weapon and shouted, the sound too thin, too human in that vastness. The eyes did not flinch. They multiplied. One pair became two, then four, each at different heights, until I realized with horror that they circled me in a ring, always just beyond the fire's edge. I thought perhaps wolves, though something about the spacing was wrong. Too wide, too deliberate. Wolves never stand so still, never watch so long without sound. For hours they remained, silent sentinels of whatever had decided to toy with me. Exhaustion and fear battled inside me until, near dawn, the eyes faded as if the coming sun erased them. When morning light touched the trees, I searched the ground. No tracks marred the fresh soil, no claw marks on trunks, nothing at all to suggest I had not dreamed the whole thing. Yet I knew it had happened. My hands still shook when I reported back, and I told my supervisor only that I found no cougars. The truth lodged in my throat like a splinter I could never dislodge. That was the first story I never told the tourists. The second came years later, when I had transferred to Shenandoah. I thought I had grown wiser by then, that I understood how to separate fear from fact. I was wrong. A call came one autumn evening. A black bear had been sighted far too close to a campsite. Families were panicking, and it was my job to move the animal along. I hiked up the ridge, the air sharp with the scent of fallen leaves, until I reached the clearing where the bear was last seen. At first there was nothing, only the quiet sigh of wind through branches. Then I noticed the trees. Bark stripped clean in long vertical gouges, too high for any bear I had ever known. Claw marks, yes, but carved into the trunks at impossible heights, as though something had climbed and dragged its talons down as it descended. The strangest detail was that every mark formed a curve, each tree bearing part of a circle that stretched across the clearing. I counted 9 trees in all, their wounds aligning like points on a compass. I heard movement before I saw it. A shadow slipped between the trees, massive, heavier than any bear. Its outline blurred as if the forest itself tried to hide it. I raised my flashlight, and the beam caught fur. Black, matted, but wrong. As if the texture bristled in directions it should not. The shape stood upright for a heartbeat too, long before crashing back onto 4 legs. Then it growled. I have heard bears growl. This was not a bear's voice. It was deeper, layered, as though 2 throats spoke at once, one animal and one something else. The sound froze me where I stood. When it lunged, I fired a flare into the ground. The sudden blaze startled it. But instead of retreating, it reared back and let out a howl that shook the clearing. The circle of clawed trees seemed to shiver, their bark quivering like the sound lived inside the wood. I did not wait to see more. I retreated step by step, the flare burning low, until I reached the path where other rangers had gathered. When I looked back, the clearing was empty. No shadow, no beast. Only those impossible claw marks staring back at me, daring me to call them natural. Officially, we filed the report as a black bear encounter. Privately, we stopped assigning rangers to that ridge after dark. Visitors still hike there today, none the wiser. Perhaps that is mercy, or perhaps it is negligence. To this day, I do not know. What I do know is that these stories accumulate year after year, until you begin to accept them not as anomalies, but as warnings. The wilderness is not merely alive, it is aware, and sometimes it chooses to remind us. I wish I could say the stories end there, but the most terrifying encounters came later, when the creatures I faced seemed less like animals at all and more like something older, something that had worn their skins as disguise. In the next account, I will tell of the night I followed tracks that should have belonged to a moose, only to discover the prints rearrange themselves behind me as I walked. That was the night I learned the wild does not simply contain mysteries. It can rewrite them while you stand inside. The strangest part about working in national parks isn't the storms, the injuries, or the rescues. It's how quickly your mind starts to accept the unnatural when it happens often enough. You tell yourself that the wilderness is unpredictable, that animals behave in ways science doesn't always capture, but deep down you begin to wonder if maybe something else is at work. That thought settled heavily on me one winter night in Denali National Park, when a set of tracks turned a routine patrol into nightmare I cannot reason away. I had been sent to monitor moose activity along a trail notorious for deep snowdrifts. Heavy snowfall forced animals closer to campsites in their search for food, and we had reports of a bull moose aggressively approaching snowshoers. I strapped on my gear and started along the frozen path. The air was brittle, each breath crystallizing in front of me, and the silence felt almost holy, broken only by the crunch of my boots. Not far in, I found the first prints. Enormous hooves pressed deep into the snow, far wider than any moose I had seen. At first I assumed the snowpack had exaggerated their size, but the edges were sharp, precise. Something about them was unsettling. The clefts too long, the stride too measured. Still, I followed. The tracks wound between snow-laden pines, straight as if carved with purpose. Every 20 steps I stopped, listening. Sometimes, I thought I heard breathing, a heavy exhale. But when I swung my light around, nothing moved but snow drifting off branches. After half a mile, I paused to catch my breath. That was when I noticed the prints behind me. They had shifted. At first, I thought fatigue blurred my vision. But no. Where my own boot prints should have led back, the moose tracks now mingled with them, overlapping in a way that made no sense. They were not where they had been. I remembered clearly the untouched snow at the start of my patrol. Yet now, impossibly, the trail behind me bore hoofprints, each one facing forward, as though something walked in my steps only moments after I made them. My chest tightened. I knelt, brushing powder aside. The impressions were fresh, sharp-edged, as if stamped only seconds earlier. I swung my flashlight wildly into the dark. No eyes. No movement. Just silence. Logic told me to retreat, to radio for backup. Duty told me to keep going until I understood. Against all sense, I pressed forward. The prints continued, stretching endlessly ahead, but the longer I followed, the more I realized they were playing a game. Every time I stopped, they shifted again. Closer, nearer, rearranging themselves like a story rewritten mid-sentence. I finally lost my nerve when I glanced down to see a print forming in the snow as I watched. The powder sank, slow and deliberate, shaping itself into the outline of a hoof where nothing had stepped. I staggered back, My breath caught in my throat and raised my radio with trembling hands. "Base, this is Cole. I need." The words froze as a sound cut me off the long, drawn-out bellow of a moose. Except it was wrong. The pitch was warped, almost human, stretching vowels that don't exist in any animal throat. It came from directly behind me. I turned, shining my beam into the trees. What stood there was massive, but it was not a moose. Its frame suggested the animal, but its body was too tall, its legs bent at angles that seemed designed to mock natural anatomy. The antlers branched wide, but instead of curving upward, they sagged downward like skeletal arms. Worst of all were the eyes. They burned white in the darkness, not reflective, not natural. Glowing from within, steady and unblinking. For a moment neither of us moved. Then it took one step forward. The snow beneath it did not crunch, did not shift. It left no print. I stumbled back, panic finally breaking me. My radio clattered to the ground as I drew. I siren and fired into the air. The shot cracked through the night. The thing did not flinch. It only opened its mouth. If you could call it that, a splitting of flesh too wide, revealing teeth that had no place in the jaw of a herbivore. The sound it made was not a roar but a chorus, as though many voices screamed through a single throat. I ran. I don't remember how I got back. Only the sensation that no matter how fast I moved, the prince appeared beside me, ahead of me, always shifting, always reminding me that it could follow. By the time I stumbled into the station, frostbitten and half delirious, my fellow rangers found no trace of what I described. No tracks, no sounds. Nothing but an empty trail through the snow. That night still haunts me, but it was not the last time I saw something I could not understand. In Yellowstone years later, I would encounter elk, whose antlers hummed as if vibrating with unseen energy, their bodies standing frozen until you blinked, when suddenly they shifted places without ever moving. And in Shenandoah, during a summer patrol, I witnessed an entire herd of deer standing in the river, neck deep, staring upstream at nothing, unmoving. Their bodies locked as though carved from stone. But the encounter that nearly ended me, the one that convinced me some wildlife is no longer entirely of this world, came in the Rockies. I had been dispatched after dusk to investigate strange noises near a campsite, screams, according to hikers. Animal cries mixed with something human. The path wound up a narrow gorge, moonlight stretching shadows across the stone. I carried my flashlight low, pistol holstered, listening to the echoes. At first, I thought coyotes. High, pitched yips carried strangely. But the closer I came, the clearer the sounds became. They were words. "Help me." The voice was raw, broken, unmistakably human. It repeated, again and again, in different pitches, different tones, as though many throats struggled to speak the same phrase. My skin crawled. I hurried forward, heart pounding, until the trail opened into a clearing beneath the cliffs. That was when I saw it. A mountain lion, or what looked like one, crouched in the grass. Its body was emaciated, ribs sharp beneath its hide, but its face was wrong. The muzzle seemed stretched, elongated as if pulled taut, and from its mouth came the voice. "Help me." The words gurgled out, wet and halting, like a record skipping. I froze, every instinct screaming to back away. Then the head twisted too far, bones popping, eyes fixing on me with a hunger that did not belong to any predator I knew. The body lunged forward on legs too many, splitting at the joints, bending at angles impossible for feline bone. I fired, once, twice again. Bullets tore through it, but the thing did not bleed. It staggered, and from its throat came a chorus of new voices, shrieking, overlapping, "Leave, leave, leave." I obeyed. I sprinted down that gorge, the voices following, bouncing off stone, chasing me long after the clearing had vanished. When I finally reached the ranger cabin, I collapsed inside, shaking so badly I could not hold a pen to write the incident report. I left it blank that night. Sometimes silence is the only way to survive a truth too big to explain. Afterward, I thought long about the hikers who had called in the screams. Did they hear what I heard? Did they survive it, or did the thing wear their voices next? I never learned. We closed that section of the trail, citing rockfall hazards. The truth was heavier. Something lived there that imitated human suffering, wearing it like a mask. Over time, stories like these pile up. Each encounter chips away at certainty, until you are left with the uneasy knowledge that the wildlife we swear to protect may not be entirely what it seems. Yet still, rangers return, day after day, because to abandon these places would be to leave them unchecked. And that feels worse. I sometimes wonder if the creatures watch us with the same curiosity we watch them. If they, too, are waiting to learn our limits. And if so, I fear the day they decide we have none. The next time I crossed with something impossible was in the Cascades, during the height of summer, when a routine search for a missing hiker revealed tracks that did not belong to any known species, and a predator that refused to stay in the shape it wore. That night, I learned that some encounters do not end with escape. They follow you home, waiting patiently for the next time you step into the dark. By the time the call came from the Cascades, I thought I had grown numb to the uncanny. A hiker had gone missing, last seen near a ridge notorious for black bear sightings, and though search parties had been combing the area all afternoon, night was closing in. I was dispatched with 2 other rangers, Clara and Jenkins, to take the northern sweep. We expected nothing more than exhaustion, maybe another body swallowed by the wilderness. I should have known better. We began our climb just as twilight turned the forest bronze. The ridge rose like a wall ahead of us, its spine jagged against the fading sky. As we hiked, the forest grew strangely hushed. No insect drone, no bird call. The silence pressed in like a weight, amplifying every crunch of snow beneath our boots. Clara muttered that it felt like we were trespassing in a cathedral. I couldn't disagree. Half an hour in, we found tracks. Not the hikers, these were something else. They ran across the snow in a broken pattern, prints too large for wolves, too narrow for bears. At first glance they seemed almost human, a long foot, 5 toes. But the stride was wrong. Too far apart, like whatever made them walk with deliberate, measured steps. We exchanged uneasy looks. "We follow," Jenkins said, voice steady though his hands twitched on the radio. Protocol demanded it, and none of us had the courage to argue. The prince led us up toward the ridge, winding through firs that leaned together like eavesdropping giants. As darkness deepened, we switched on headlamps. That was when we realized the tracks did not remain consistent. Sometimes the impressions were human-shaped. Then, without warning, they elongated, the toes stretching into claws, the heels narrowing to points. A few paces later, they split, 2 sets diverging, one bipedal, one on all 4s, before merging again into a single line. "Tell me I'm not seeing this," Clara whispered. No one answered. At last the trail opened into a clearing. The moon hung low, its light washing the snow silver. In the center of the clearing stood something hunched. At first, I thought it was the hiker, silhouetted in the glow. Relief surged, until it turned its head. The shape was tall, shoulders narrow, limbs too long. Its skin gleamed pale, almost translucent, stretched thin over bones. Antlers rose from its skull, branching unevenly, one side longer than the other, like a tree struck by lightning. It crouched over a dark bundle in the snow. When our lights touched it, the head snapped toward us, eyes glowing the same white fire I had seen in Denali. "Stop right there!" Jenkins shouted, but the words sounded absurd against that thing. The shape uncoiled, rising higher, impossibly higher, until it towered above us. The bundle at its feet shifted. A backpack, torn open, belongings spilling across the ground. A glove, a water bottle, a strip of torn cloth, the missing hiker's gear. The creature opened its mouth. The sound that poured out was not a roar, not an animal cry. It was a chorus of voices. The missing hiker's voice, calling for help. Then another, all layered together, human tones that rose and felt like a broken choir. Some of the voices I recognized. Ones I had heard before. Ones that should have been dead. I felt the world tilt beneath me. The moose bellow from Denali. The distorted plea from the mountain lion in the Rockies. The whispers from Glacier. All of them lived inside this thing, carried forward. Recycled like masks at war. Clara gasped. Jenkins raised his rifle, hands shaking. The creature tilted its head, studying us like a child with toys. Then it dropped to all fours and lunged. The clearing erupted. Jenkins fired, muzzle flashes tearing the dark. Clara screamed, stumbling backward. I grabbed her arm, dragging her aside as the thing barreled past, fast as a shadow, snow spraying in its wake. It wheeled, impossibly nimble, and charged again. I fired my pistol, shots cracking into its chest, but the rounds only staggered it. No blood. No sign of injury. Just that endless chorus shrieking through its teeth. We retreated into the trees, branches whipping our faces, hearts pounding. The forest around us seemed to shift, the silence breaking into echoes of our own voices, repeated, warped. This way. Clara's cry came from ahead, then again behind us, then to our left, as though the trees themselves had learned to mimic her. I grabbed her shoulder. "Don't listen!" "Keep your eyes forward." But Jenkins faltered, turning toward one of the phantom calls. The creature struck. It came out of the dark like lightning, claws raking, and Jenkins vanished beneath it. His scream rose, then cut off, swallowed into the chorus. When I turned, all that remained was the echo of his voice, repeating endlessly, "Help me." We ran. I don't know how long, only that the forest blurred, the tracks beneath us doubling back, leading us in circles. Every tree looked the same, every path a trick. At last, breath ragged, legs burning, we burst into a slope where the ground broke open into stone. The cliff dropped sheer into a ravine, moonlight gleaming on ice below. The creature emerged from the trees behind us, antlers brushing branches, eyes glowing like lanterns. Clara raised her flare gun with trembling hands and fired. The flare streaked red across the night, bursting into a spray of light. For the first time, the creature recoiled, hissing as though the fire burned its skin. "Go!" Clara screamed. I pulled her back from the edge, dragging her down the slope. Behind us, the voices raged, twisting into fury, but they did not follow. By the time we stumbled into the lower camp, our faces raw with wind and terror, the forest was silent again. Search teams went out the next day. They found nothing. No tracks, no sign of Jenkins, no creature. only the missing hiker's torn pack in the snow. Officially, the case was closed as another disappearance. Privately, Clara and I knew the truth. We never spoke of it again, not even to each other. Some things, once spoken, feel as if they might hear you. Years have passed since that night, yet the memory stays raw, like a wound that refuses to heal. I still serve as a ranger, though every patrol feels heavier. Visitors see the wilderness as a place of beauty, untouched and free. I see the shadows between the trees, the places where tracks rearrange themselves, where antlers sag like broken arms, where voices never die. Sometimes when I lie awake in the ranger cabin, I hear the echoes again. Not outside, but within the walls, faint and patient. They call my name now. Not a shout, not a plea. Just a whisper, as though reminding me that what I saw has not forgotten me. I have learned this: the wild does not need us to fear it. It only waits until we learn we cannot control it. And when we do, when our arrogance breaks, it steps closer, eager to teach us the final lesson, that we are not at the top of the food chain, and perhaps never were. And so I keep working, patrolling trails, guiding tourists, warning them not to stray after dark. They laugh sometimes, assuming it's a ranger's overcaution. I let them. Because if they knew what I have seen, if they heard the voices waiting in the timberline, none of them would ever set foot here again. And maybe that is exactly what those things want. To keep us coming back again and again, feeding them our fear, our voices, our lives. Every park has its stories. Some are just whispered rumors. Some are buried in official reports. And some are mine. Memories that follow me no matter how far I travel. I can only hope that by telling them, I leave behind more than just warnings. Perhaps, in some small way, I leave proof. Proof that we walked among things older than the trees, stranger than the storms, and that for one fleeting moment, they let us live. My name is Adrian Keller, and I have always considered myself an ordinary man who preferred quiet escapes over crowded vacations. I am 38 years old, a freelance graphic designer who spends most of his time hunched over a desk in a small apartment in Indianapolis. I have never been particularly adventurous, but I do enjoy small doses of solitude when the city noise gnaws at my nerves. This story is difficult for me to recount, yet I must speak of it plainly. What happened during my RV camping trip in southern Indiana was not a misadventure to laugh off, nor a weekend with mild inconveniences. It was something darker. An encounter that twisted every rule of the natural world. I thought I understood, and it left me questioning whether I ever truly returned from that forest. It began on a restless Thursday evening in late September. I had spent the entire week staring at deadlines, retouching endless images for clients, and by the time the sun set on Thursday, I felt like my head was about to split open from the strain. My inbox was still full, but I made a decision, reckless in hindsight, that I needed to get away for a few days. I had bought a second-hand RV earlier that summer. Something modest but functional, with a bed, a gas stove, and just enough space for me to breathe away from the clamor of city life. I had driven it on day trips, but had never truly camped in it overnight. The idea came to me like a dare: take the RV, go somewhere secluded, spend the weekend alone. I planned nothing thoroughly, which was my first mistake. I simply grabbed some clothes, a flashlight, a cooler of food, and my laptop in case I felt inspired to sketch or write. By midnight, I had mapped a vague route south toward Hoosier National Forest. I remembered reading about dispersed camping, areas where you could park without fuss, no fees, no attendance, just raw nature. That was what I thought I wanted. Raw nature. Friday afternoon found me weaving the RV down narrow county roads, the asphalt thinning into gravel as the forest thickened around me. The early autumn leaves flared red and orange, scattering in the cool wind, and I felt the first real calm I had known in months. I told myself I had made the right decision. When I passed the official campgrounds, I kept driving, eager for solitude, until I reached an unmarked path that looked drivable enough. The tires crunched leaves and sticks as I pulled deeper into the woods, branches scraping the roof. The forest closed in like curtains, and eventually I stopped in a small clearing, big enough for the RV to rest crookedly between two oaks. It was far from any other campers, and for a moment I congratulated myself for finding such peace. The first hours were blissfully uneventful. I set out a folding chair, read a book, and listened to the rustle of leaves and occasional bird call. Twilight came quickly, as it does in the forest, and I cooked a simple dinner on the stove. The air smelled of damp earth, pine, and faint wood smoke from somewhere far beyond. By nightfall, I lay on the RV's bed, staring out the narrow window at the blackness between trees. There were no stars above, only a darkness thick enough to feel like velvet pressing against the glass. My phone lost service minutes after I arrived, but that only added to the charm, or so I thought then. The first sign that something was wrong came around 2 in the morning. I had drifted into a shallow, uneasy sleep when I heard tapping. It was faint at first, like the soft clicking of fingernails against metal. Tap. Tap. I stirred, convinced it was just acorns or branches falling against the RV's roof. But the sound was rhythmic, deliberate. Tap. 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 It circled the vehicle slowly, moving from one side to the other. I held my breath, straining to listen. Then silence. I told myself it was an animal. A raccoon, perhaps, pawing curiously. I even chuckled nervously, scolding my own paranoia, and rolled onto my side. Yet, even after I forced my eyes closed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had traced the outline of the RV with intent, as if marking me. Morning light brought relief, though not enough. When I stepped outside, dew sparkled on the grass, and the forest looked perfectly ordinary. But when I circled the RV, my heart dropped. In the soft earth just beyond the clearing were prints. Not boot prints, not animal tracks. They were small, bare human footprints, pressed deep into the mud, circling the RV precisely as I had imagined in the dark. I crouched down to study them, feeling a sickness coil in my stomach. They were the prints of a child, or perhaps several children. The toes were thin, splayed, and each foot angled slightly inward, giving them a pigeon-toed appearance. Children in the woods at 2 in the morning, barefoot. The thought made no sense. I scarred the tree line, half expecting to see a family camping nearby, but the forest was silent. I considered leaving then, but stubbornness won out. I had driven hours to escape stress, and I refused to let my mind invent fears. The day passed without incident, though I noticed how quickly the forest grew silent whenever I paused to listen. Birds cut off mid-song. Squirrels froze mid-scurry. I began to sense I was intruding in a place that did not want me. By dusk, the unease had settled like a stone in my chest. I grilled some food, drank half a beer, and tried to distract myself with my laptop until the battery died. That night, I resolved to stay awake longer, determined to catch whatever had circled my RV. Midnight passed with only the usual creaks of the forest. But closer to 2, the tapping began again. Tap, tap. My pulse thudded painfully as I sat up in the dark, clutching the flashlight. The sound moved slowly, deliberately, along the side panel toward the door. I snapped the light on and shined it through the window. Nothing. Just branches trembling in the breeze. Yet the tapping continued, now against the door itself. 3 sharp knocks, like knuckles rapping wood. I froze, the flashlight shaking in my grip. My instincts screamed not to open the door, not to respond. The knocks repeated, louder this time. Then, as suddenly as they began, they stopped. Silence swallowed the clearing. I stayed rigid for hours, listening. At dawn, exhaustion overcame me, and I dozed in short bursts until the sun rose fully. When I finally stepped outside, I saw the prints again. This time doubled, a dozen or more small barefoot tracks etched into the damp earth, overlapping in frenzied loops around the RV. They looked as if children had danced in a circle, stamping their feet into the mud. But there were no other campers, no sound of laughter, no evidence of life. Fear clawed deeper, but denial still held sway. I told myself perhaps local kids had found me and were playing pranks. Maybe it was their tradition to spook campers. Yet the remoteness of the clearing gnawed at that explanation. Who would wander this deep into the forest barefoot in the freezing night? I lasted another day, though unease soared everything. The trees leaned closer, the silence pressed heavier, and by the 3rd night, I resolved to leave at first light. I locked the RV tight, drew the curtains, and lay in bed fully clothed, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. The forest had other plans. Around midnight, I woke not to tapping but to whispers. They were faint, muffled, as though dozens of voices were speaking from underground. I pressed my ear to the mattress, convinced it came from beneath me, from under the RV itself. Words curled faintly upward, indistinct, but I recognized the cadence of children chanting, though the language was alien. My mouth went dry. The chanting swelled, rising to a fevered pitch, then cut off all at once. I held my breath. Then came a sound that made my blood ice over. The RV door handle jiggled, slowly at first, then harder, rattling violently as if dozens of small hands clawed at it. The metal shrieked against the strain. I lunged up, shining the flashlight at the door. The beam illuminated the handle twisting, jerking, but the window revealed only darkness outside. No bodies, no faces, just the sound of hands without owners trying to force their way in. "Stop!" I shouted, my voice cracking, though I don't know who I thought would listen. The handle stilled. The silence afterward was suffocating, heavier than before. For a moment I thought it was over. Then came one final sound. Soft breaths right outside the window by my bed. Shallow, steady inhalations, like a child pressing their face against the glass. I snapped the light toward the window, but the beam met only condensation forming slowly across the pane, as though something warm and living stood there, exhaling against it. I stumbled back, heart hammering, every instinct screaming at me to drive away immediately, but my limbs locked. I could not leave. Not in the pitch dark, not with unseen figures waiting just beyond the tree line. All I could do was wait for dawn, gripping the flashlight until my hands ached, praying for the light to return. When morning finally bled into the clearing, it revealed something worse than footprints. Every window of the RV was ringed with smudges, handprints tiny and pale, pressed into the glass as if dozens of children had leaned close to watch me through the night. And that was when I understood, too late, that I had made a deadly mistake by coming here. The morning sun gave no comfort. I stood outside, staring at the handprints clinging to every window of the RV. Each one was smeared faintly, as though pressed with damp skin, the condensation drying into streaks. They weren't perfect impressions, not like forensic evidence you might see on television. These were distorted, stretched, some missing fingers, some with palms too wide or too narrow. I counted at least 40 distinct prints, circling the RV in a suffocating halo. My breath fogged in the cool air, but I felt none of the chill. What I felt was dread, the deep, hollow kind that sinks into bone and whispers that you've already made your final mistake. I wanted to leave immediately, but the clearing looked different in daylight, as if the forest itself had shifted overnight. The narrow path I had driven in on seemed smaller, partially swallowed by foliage. I swore branches leaned at sharper angles, their trunks closing together like ribs forming a cage. Still, I shoved my few belongings into a bag, tossed it onto the passenger seat, and started the RV. The engine coughed, stuttered, and then died. I tried again. The ignition clicked uselessly, no response. The battery had been fine yesterday. I checked the fuel gauge, 3/4 full. I muttered curses under my breath and climbed out to check under the hood, though I knew almost nothing about engines. What I found made no sense. The wires inside had been chewed. Not frayed, not broken, chewed, ragged bite marks tearing through insulation and copper alike. The imprints were small, too small for any animal I knew. The bites were narrow, precise, with twin rows of punctures like human teeth but tiny, child-sized. I slammed the hood shut, heart pounding, and staggered back. The forest absorbed the sound like a sponge. No echo, no bird song. Only stillness. Trapped. The word burned into me. Without the RV, I had no shelter, no transportation. And miles of woods stood between me and the nearest paved road. The thought of hiking out alone clawed at me, yet staying felt like suicide. I packed water, a flashlight, and whatever food I could carry, telling myself I would walk until I found help. Before leaving, I scrawled a quick note on the RV's table. An absurd gesture, but some part of me believed someone might find it. My name is Adrian Keller. If you're reading this, something is in these woods. I'm heading north. I locked the RV out of habit, though I knew locks meant nothing to whatever left those handprints. Then I stepped into the tree line, clutching my pack like a lifeline. The forest closed around me quickly. The clearing vanished within minutes, swallowed by trunks and undergrowth. The path I thought I remembered was gone, as if erased. I tried to keep my bearings by the angle of the sun, forcing myself north, though every direction felt identical. For hours I walked. My boots crunched leaves, twigs snapped beneath me, yet no other sounds answered. Not even insects hummed. The silence pressed harder the deeper I went. At one point I caught sight of movement. A figure darting between trees. Small, pale, quick as a deer. I shouted des for any sign of human presence, but the figure vanished instantly. The woods swallowed my voice. By mid-afternoon, sweat chilled my skin despite the cool air. I stopped to drink from my canteen and realized with dawning horror that the trees ahead looked familiar. A pair of twin maples growing close together, their trunks fused at the base. I had passed them before, hours ago. I checked my compass app on my phone, but the screen flickered, freezing on random numbers before the device shut off completely. Dead battery. I hadn't even used it that much. My chest tightened. The forest was folding on itself, bending me back in circles. By late afternoon, panic began to gnaw at me. My mind scrambled for logic. Maybe fatigue, maybe disorientation. Forests play tricks, I told myself. But deep down, I knew it wasn't confusion. Something was guiding me back, pulling me into its orbit. And then I heard them again. The voices. Faint at first, like distant children playing. Louder, high-pitched, carried on no wind. It came from every direction, overlapping, echoing inside my skull. I spun in place, flashlight in hand, though the daylight had not yet died. Shadows flickered between trunks, fleeting, glimpsed at the corner of my eye. "Hello," I shouted, my voice breaking. "Is someone there?" The laughter cut off. Silence. I backed against a tree, gripping the bark until splinters bit my palms. My pulse roared in my ears. Then, softly, the voices returned. Not laughter now, but chanting. A low, steady rhythm, syllables I couldn't understand. They rose and fell like waves, circling me. I turned slowly, and in the gaps between trees, I saw them. Figures, dozens of them. Children, or shapes wearing the skin of children. Their bodies were pale, almost grail, their limbs too long, too thin. They stood barefoot in the leaves, heads tilted slightly as though studying me. Their eyes were wrong. Too wide, black and depthless, reflecting no light. I stumbled backward, but every direction revealed more of them. Surrounding me in a ring, the chanting swelled, echoing without source, vibrating the ground beneath my boots. "Stay back," I croaked, raising the flashlight like a weapon. The beam cut across their faces, revealing stretched mouths, lips too thin, teeth too sharp for children. Yet they did not move. They only watched, chanting, swaying slightly as if in ritual. I bolted. My legs carried me through undergrowth. Thorns tearing at my jeans, branches clawing my skin. I didn't care about direction anymore, only escape. Behind me, the chanting rose higher, louder, chasing me like a tide. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. It blurred into raw terror. At last I burst into a clearing, chest heaving, legs trembling. Relief surged for a moment, until I saw what stood before me. My RV. It should have been miles away, abandoned where I left it. Yet here it was, parked neatly in the center of this clearing. Windows smeared again with pale handprints. Doors ajar as if waiting. I dropped to my knees, gasping, mind unraveling. I wanted to believe I had run in circles again, somehow stumbling back. But no, this was not the same clearing. The trees were different, the ground sloped differently. It was the same RV in a different place, impossibly transported. Behind me, the chanting faded into whispers. When I turned, the figures were gone. The forest lay silent again, as if nothing had happened. I had no choice. I stumbled toward the RV, though dread coiled in every step. The door hung open, creaking faintly. I pushed it wider, peered inside. The interior was exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. The note I had written on the table was gone. In its place lay a new piece of paper, folded neatly. My hands shook as I opened it. The words were written in my handwriting, but I had never written them. "You cannot leave, Adrian." Not yet. My breath hitched. The letters slanted exactly like mine, down to the small quirks of my penmanship. My knees threatened to buckle. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and collapsed onto the bed, clutching the flashlight, though daylight still filtered weakly through the curtains. My thoughts raced in circles. Was I hallucinating? Losing my mind? Or had I truly stepped into something that rewrote reality around me? As twilight descended, The forest darkened unnaturally fast, shadows pooling thick against the windows. I tried not to look, but inevitably my eyes flicked to the glass, waiting for faces. And they came. Shapes pressed against the windows, dozens of them. Small hands spread flat against the glass, faces stretching to peer inside. Mouths moved soundlessly this time, lips pulling back to reveal jagged teeth. Their eyes glimmered black, reflecting nothing. The RV creaked under unseen weight, rocking slightly as though they climbed onto the roof. Tap, tap. The same deliberate rhythm as before. Circling again, marking me. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the whispers leaked through, worming into my skull. My name repeated over and over, spoken in voices that mimicked children but carried something ancient beneath. Adrian, Adrian, Adrian. At some point, I must have lost consciousness. Not true sleep, but something closer to blackout, my body shutting down under fear. When I woke, pale dawn filtered weakly through the curtains, though the RV still bore the smears of hands. For a fleeting moment, I believed I had survived the worst. But then I noticed something new. My backpack was gone. I searched frantically, overturning cushions, checking every cabinet. It was nowhere. The food, the water, the flashlight batteries, everything I had packed for escape, vanished. Only the single flashlight in my grip remained. And then I saw the message scratched faintly into the condensation on the window beside the bed. Tonight. A single word, written with a small finger. I staggered back, throat dry. My body trembled, mind screaming at me to leave, to run, to do something. But I knew I had no supplies, no direction, no chance of reaching safety. They were telling me plainly. The real horror hadn't even begun. The word on the window froze me in place. Tonight. I stared at the smeared letters until the condensation dried and the message faded. But its meaning carved itself deeper into me with each second. They had set a time. Not days from now, not some indefinite threat. Tonight. I staggered back to the bed and sat heavily, head in my hands. My backpack was gone, the RV crippled, the forest sealed around me like a coffin. I told myself to think rationally, but rational thought had no purchase anymore. The only question was how long I could delay what was coming. The day dragged in agonizing silence. I didn't dare leave the RV again, though I felt their presence pressing in from the trees. Every so often, faint laughter would ripple through the woods, drifting just close enough for me to hear, then vanish before I could locate it. The sound of play, except hollow, wrong, like children, rehearsing how laughter should sound without ever feeling joy. I rationed sips of water, nibbled dry crackers I found in a cabinet, my stomach twisting in knots. Noon bled into afternoon, the sun crawling across the windows sluggishly. Shadows lengthened, and with them came the gnawing certainty that I would not survive the night. By dusk, the forest was too quiet. The air itself seemed to thin, every breath shallow, as though oxygen was being drained from the clearing. My flashlight sat ready in my lap, though the batteries were already dimming from the endless hours I had clung to it. I tried to convince myself that light was still a weapon, though I doubted it meant anything against the things outside. Darkness fell like a hammer. It wasn't gradual this time. One moment, faint twilight filtered through the trees. The next, blackness slammed down, heavy and absolute. My ears popped, like pressure dropping suddenly. The RV groaned on its axles, rocking gently. Then came the voices. Not whispers, not laughter, singing. A nursery rhyme, though I could not place the tune. Hi, Wavering voices circled the RV, rising in haunting harmony. The melody was sweet in structure, but laced with menace, like something meant to soothe children into stillness before slaughter. I pressed my palms against my ears, but the song seeped through, vibrating in my teeth, worming behind my eyes. The tapping began again, harder this time. Dozens of small hands drumming on the sides of the RV, the roof, the windows, until the entire vehicle rattled. I shouted wordless defiance, a scream torn raw from my throat, but the song only swelled louder in reply. I snapped on the flashlight and swept the beam across the nearest window. Faces stared back, pale slack, mouths stretched into two, wide smiles. Their eyes were pits, reflecting no light, and yet they saw me. Oh, they saw me! The moment the beam touched them, the children pressed harder, leaving greasy streaks across the glass. Their smiles opened wider, teeth glinting sharp. The door handle twisted, slowly, steadily, as if savoring the gesture. I braced my weight against the door, gripping the handle from inside. It rattled violently, metal screeching, the entire frame threatening to give. My flashlight flickered. The song outside rose into a fever pitch, voices breaking into shrill, inhuman tones. And then silence. Utter silence. The handle stilled. The tapping ceased. The song cut off mid-note, leaving a void so complete my ears rang. My breath thundered in the emptiness. For a fragile heartbeat, I believed they had gone. Relief flickered. Then I heard it. Breathing. Not outside. Inside. A soft, shallow inhale-exhale. From the far end of the RV, my stomach turned to stone. Slowly shaking, I raised the flashlight and swung the beam toward the sound. A child sat on the counter by the stove, feet dangling inches above the floor. Bare feet, muddy, leaving streaks across the cabinet doors. Its skin was pallid gray, stretched too thin across sharp bones. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, black eyes locked onto mine. The smile widened, showing too many teeth. Adrian, it whispered, in a voice like dry leaves scraping pavement. I screamed and lunged toward the back door, fumbling at the latch. Before I could wrench it open, dozens of hands slapped against it from outside, holding it. Shut. The child on the counter giggled, the sound bubbling like rot. The flashlight flickered again, sputtered, then died. Darkness swallowed me whole. Hands seized me, cold, clammy, impossibly strong despite their small size. Fingers gripped my arms, my legs, my throat. I thrashed wildly, screaming, kicking, but there were too many. My body was dragged down, pressed flat against the RV floor. Breath tore from my lungs as voices chanted all around. The same alien syllables I had heard in the woods, now vibrating inside my skull. I felt teeth at my ear, tiny and sharp, biting not flesh but something deeper. A chill spread through me, as if they were chewing pieces of my soul. My vision went white with terror, and then black. When I woke, daylight streamed weakly through the RV windows. My chest heaved as though I had surfaced from drowning. The air smelled of damp earth and rust. I scrambled upright, heart pounding, every nerve screaming for escape. The RV was empty, silent. At first glance, everything seemed ordinary again. The cupboards closed, the bed rumpled from my tossing. No child sat on the counter. No prints smeared the glass. My backpack rested neatly on the floor beside the table, as though it had never vanished. But on the table lay a new note. In my handwriting. You stayed. You belong to us now. The words swam in my vision. My throat closed. I staggered to the window, pulled the curtain aside. Outside, the clearing stretched empty, bathed in calm morning light. Birds chirped faintly, as if nothing had ever happened. But as my eyes swept across the glass, I saw them. Shadows, not mine, not cast by trees. Dozens of small figures stood just beyond the tree line, still and silent, their outlines darker than the forest around them. Watching. Waiting. I collapsed onto the bed, trembling. I knew then with absolute certainty that the forest had no intention of letting me leave. My RV might run again, my backpack might be restored, but escape was an illusion. They had marked me, and worse, I felt it inside. A hollowness, knowing where my fear once lived. As though something had been eaten from me during the night and replaced with emptiness. My hands shook as I raised them before my face, and for a split second, I swore they weren't mine. Too small, too pale, fingers too long. I blinked and they looked normal again. But the echo of wrongness lingered. That was 3 days ago, or 3 weeks. Time no longer behaves properly. I remain in this clearing, writing what I can on scraps of paper. Though every morning the notes rearrange themselves into words, I don't remember writing. Words promising my surrender. The forest is patient. The children are patient. And each night, the song grows sweeter, more inviting. I feel myself swaying to its rhythm, lips moving against my will. Soon, I think, I won't resist. Soon, I'll step outside and join them. Barefoot, smiling too wide, chanting until another traveler makes the same mistake I did. Because that's the truth of this place. You don't survive a deadly mistake. You only become part of it. My name is Daniel Reeves, and I never thought a simple camping trip with my girlfriend would become the most terrifying experience of my life. I am 27 years old, a freelance graphic designer who spends most of my time in front of a computer. I am not the type of person who seeks out the wilderness, nor do I consider myself an outdoorsman. My idea of relaxation has always been city lights, late night diners, or the comfort of my own apartment. But my girlfriend, Claire Hammond, is different. She is adventurous, bold, and always looking for the next trail to conquer. Claire has a way of convincing me to step outside of my comfort zone. That is how, one autumn evening, I found myself packing for a weekend camping trip deep in the woods of northern Michigan. Claire had been talking about this trip for weeks. She claimed she had found the perfect spot, secluded, quiet, and unmarked on most maps. According to her, it was a hidden gem known only to a handful of hikers. She promised me that the stars would look brighter than I had ever seen, that the lake nearby was so clear you could see the bottom, and that the silence of the forest would wash away all the stress of the city. I hesitated, as I always do, but eventually agreed. I loved Claire, and part of loving her meant trying to love the things she did. We drove out on a Friday afternoon, her Jeep loaded with gear she had meticulously gathered. Claire hummed along to the radio, tapping her fingers against the steering wheel, while I stared out at the road that twisted deeper into wilderness. The farther we drove, the less I saw of houses or signs of civilization. Cell service dropped away somewhere around the 2-hour mark, leaving me staring at a blank screen every time I checked my phone. Claire laughed when I groaned about it. "That's the point, Danny," she said, flashing me a grin. "We're escaping all that noise." Her excitement was infectious, even if I didn't want to admit it. By the time we pulled off the narrow dirt road and parked at the trailhead, I was starting to feel a small flicker of anticipation myself. The forest towered around us, painted gold and crimson with the fall leaves. The air was cool but not cold, sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was beautiful, I had to admit that much. We strapped on our packs and began the hike toward the site she had chosen. Claire led the way, sure-footed and confident, while I lagged a step behind, struggling a little under the weight of my pack. The trail wound through dense woods, across a small stream, and up a hill that left me breathless. Claire glanced back at me, laughing softly. "Come on, city boy. You're going to thank me when we get there." After nearly an hour, we reached a clearing by a small lake. The water reflected the colors of the trees like a sheet of glass, and the sky above stretched wide and clear. It was undeniably stunning, the kind of place you might see on a postcard. Claire dropped her pack and spread her arms as if presenting it to me. "Perfect, right?" she asked. I couldn't argue. It was perfect. We set up camp together, though Claire did most of the work, while I fumbled with the tent poles. She teased me for being useless in the outdoors, and I teased her for being a wilderness snob. The banter was easy, light, the kind of thing that made the hours slip by. By the time the sun dipped low, the tent was pitched, a small fire was crackling, and we were sitting by the water's edge with mugs of instant coffee warming our hands. The first odd thing happened as dusk settled. I noticed how quiet it was, too quiet. I had expected crickets, frogs, the usual chorus of nocturnal life. Instead, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Even the wind had stilled, leaving the trees standing in eerie silence. I mentioned it to Claire, but she only shrugged. "That's the beauty of it," she said. "No distractions. Just us." Later that night, as we lay in the tent, I found it difficult to sleep. The ground was hard, the air chilled my face, and the silence pressed against my ears like a weight. Then I heard something. It was faint at first, like footsteps on the dry leaves outside. I froze, holding my breath, straining to listen. The sound came again, deliberate, slow. Someone, or something, was moving around the tent. I reached for Claire, whispering her name. She stirred and blinked at me in the dim light of the lantern. She asked groggily. I told her what I'd heard. She sat up, listening with me. The footsteps had stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. "Probably a deer," she said finally, lying back down. "Go to sleep, Danny." But I couldn't. I lay awake for hours, staring at the fabric of the tent, waiting for the sound to return. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. When I woke, it was morning. Claire was already outside, crouched by the fire pit, stirring a pot of oatmeal. I crawled out, rubbing my eyes. "Did you hear it again?" I asked. She looked at me blankly. "Hear what?" "The footsteps," I said. "Something was walking around us last night." Claire shook her head, smiling gently. "You were dreaming." I wanted to believe her. Maybe I had been half asleep. Maybe my imagination had conjured the sound. I tried to let it go. We ate breakfast, then spent the day hiking around the lake, exploring the woods. Claire pointed out tracks on the ground, showing me which belonged to deer, which to raccoons. I found myself relaxing, almost enjoying it. For a while, the unease of the night before faded. But when evening came again, the silence returned. We sat by the fire roasting marshmallows when I noticed Claire kept glancing over her shoulder. "What is it?" I asked. She hesitated, then shook her head. "Nothing." But her voice didn't sound convincing. I pressed her, and finally she admitted. "I thought I saw someone. Across the lake. Just for a second. A shadow. The words chilled me more than the night air. I stared across the water, but the opposite shore was dark, nothing but trees and the reflection of the fire. "Probably your imagination," I said, echoing her words from last night, though I didn't believe it any more than she had. We put out the fire and retreated to the tent earlier than usual. I lay awake again, listening. Hours passed. The forest remained silent. Just as I started to drift off, the footsteps returned. This time, Claire heard them too. She sat up sharply, her eyes wide in the faint glow of the lantern. The sound circled the tent, slow, deliberate. Crunch, pause. Crunch. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. "Who's out there?" Claire called suddenly, her voice trembling. The footsteps stopped. Silence swallowed the woods. Then, after a long moment, we heard it, low, rasping, almost like a whisper. A voice. Words we couldn't understand, spoken just beyond the fabric of the tent. We froze. The whispering grew louder, circling us, weaving through the silence like smoke. I wanted to unzip the tent, to shine the flashlight outside, but fear rooted me in place. Claire grabbed my hand, squeezing hard enough to hurt. The whispering stopped as suddenly as it had started. The footsteps retreated into the woods. We sat there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move. Eventually, exhaustion won again. When dawn came, we unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The ground was covered in prints. Dozens of them, circling our campsite, pressed deep into the earth. But they weren't deer tracks, or raccoon, or even human. They were bare, elongated with too many toes and a strange, clawed impression at the end. Claire went pale. "Danny," she whispered, "I don't think we're alone out here." And she was right. The sight of those prints scattered around the camp made my stomach turn. Claire crouched to study them closer, but even she, with all her outdoors experience, looked unsettled. "They're wrong," she murmured, tracing the outline of one with her finger. "They don't match anything I know." She tried to sound rational, but her voice carried a tremor that betrayed her. I wanted to pack up right then and head back to the Jeep. The woods no longer felt beautiful. They felt hostile, watching. But Claire insisted we should stay, at least until the evening. If it was someone messing with us, they'll be gone now. If it was an animal, maybe it's rare, but we'll be fine in daylight. I didn't argue, though every nerve in my body screamed that leaving would be the smarter choice. The morning dragged on. We tried to keep busy, boiling water, tidying the camp, even taking a short walk along the lakeshore. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Every time I glanced into the trees, I half expected to see a shadow standing there, waiting. Claire forced cheerfulness, but she kept glancing over her shoulder too. By midday, the unease had grown unbearable. I suggested we cut the trip short, but Claire resisted. "Danny, we've come all this way. Don't let some weird tracks scare us off. We'll stay one more night. If anything happens again, we'll go first thing tomorrow. I promise." Reluctantly, I agreed. We spent the afternoon fishing by the lake. Claire managed to catch a trout, her grin triumphant, and for a moment, it almost felt normal. We cooked it over the fire as the sun set, the smell filling the clearing. It should have been peaceful. Instead, the silence pressed in heavier than ever, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. When the last light drained from the sky, a fog began to creep across the lake, curling low over the water. It was thick, almost unnatural, rising fast enough to obscure the opposite shore in minutes. Claire frowned, staring at it. That's strange. Fog usually rolls in with the morning, not night. We banked the fire higher, but the fog kept coming, swallowing the clearing inch by inch until it lapped at the edges of the flames. The sound of the crackling fire felt muffled, dampened by the heavy mist. That was when we heard it again, the footsteps. This time, they didn't circle the tent. They came from the fog, slow and measured, moving toward us. We froze, staring into the shifting gray. The firelight barely penetrated, and shadows moved at the edge of vision, indistinct and shivering like heat haze. Claire grabbed the hatchet she'd brought for chopping wood, clutching it tightly in her hand. "Hello," she called, her voice unsteady. "Who's there?" The footsteps paused. Then the whispering returned. It slid through the fog, slithering into our ears. At first, it was gibberish, just a low rasp. But then the words shaped themselves into something clearer. "Leave," it hissed. "Leave this place." My throat went dry. I wanted to run, but where? The fog was everywhere, the lake and woods swallowed whole. Claire's grip on the hatchet tightened. "What do you want?" she demanded. The whispering grew louder, overlapping itself, dozens of voices speaking in unison. "Leave, leave, leave." The fire sputtered as if the voices themselves were choking the air. Sparks hissed and died. I couldn't take it. I grabbed Claire's arm. "We have to go." She didn't argue this time. We snatched our packs, abandoning most of the gear, and stumbled toward the trail that led back to the jeep. But as we entered the woods, the fog followed. It wasn't just mist. It felt alive, curling around our ankles, tugging at our clothes, clinging to the trees like a second skin. The deeper we went, the worse it became. Branches loomed out of nowhere. Shadows stretched impossibly long. The whispering followed, now inside the trees themselves, echoing from every direction. My chest heaved with panic, every step heavier than the last. Then Claire stopped dead. I nearly collided with her. She pointed ahead, her face pale. Through the fog, a figure stood on the trail. At first glance, it looked human, tall and thin. But as it turned its head toward us, the firelight from Claire's lantern caught its face. Or what should have been a face. There were no features. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just smooth, pale skin, stretched tight across a head that tilted unnaturally, like it had never learned how to mimic human movement. Claire gasped. The figure raised a hand, impossibly long fingers curling, and the whispering roared like a storm. "Leave," it thundered, a chorus of voices exploding through the fog. We turned and ran. Branches tore at our arms and legs, roots clawed at our boots, but adrenaline pushed us forward. I heard Claire behind me, her breathing ragged. The whispering chased us, growing louder, closer, as if the forest itself had become the voice. When we finally stumbled back into the clearing of our camp, the fog thinned, retreating slowly back toward the lake, as if it had been tethered there. We collapsed by the dying fire, gasping for breath. The figure was gone. The woods were still. Claire's hands shook as she gripped the hatchet. "We're leaving at first light," she said, her voice hoarse. I didn't argue. But the night wasn't done with us. We tried to sleep in shifts, one of us keeping watch while the other rested. But neither of us could manage more than a few minutes of restless dozing. The fog didn't return, but the whispering lingered, faint now, woven into the rustle of the trees. Every so often, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows darting between trunks. Shapes crouched just beyond reach of the firelight. At one point, near dawn, I swore I saw Claire standing at the edge of the clearing. My heart lurched. I thought she'd wandered off. But when I turned back toward the tent, she was still inside, fast asleep, her chest rising and falling steadily. The figure outside tilted its head, just like the faceless thing on the trail, before melting back into the woods. When morning finally broke, we didn't waste a second. We packed only what we could carry and set out down the trail. The woods looked normal in daylight, but that didn't comfort me. The silence remained, heavy and unnatural. No birds, no wind, nothing but the crunch of our boots. The hike back felt longer than before. Every turn of the trail unfamiliar. Claire tried to keep her bearings, but doubt crept into her voice. "I'm sure it was left here," she muttered more than once, staring at a fork in the path. The farther we walked, the more I realized we weren't heading back toward the jeep. The landmarks we'd passed before, the stream, the hill, the cluster of fallen trees, were nowhere to be found. Instead, the forest seemed to shift around us, twisting the trail into directions it hadn't gone before. Claire cursed under her breath, her confidence breaking. "This isn't possible," she said. "I know these woods. I marked the map." She cut herself off, staring at the ground. The trail beneath our feet was covered in prints. Those same elongated, clawed footprints, stretching ahead into the trees as if guiding us. We stopped, both of us trembling. The prints were fresh, too fresh. Claire met my eyes, her voice a whisper. "They want us to follow." I didn't want to, but what choice did we have? Every direction looked the same, every path unfamiliar. The forest had swallowed our way out, and the only trail left was the one the prints provided. So we followed. The prints led us deeper, the trees closing in, the light dimming even though the sun should have been high. Hours passed, though it felt like days. My legs ached. My throat was dry, and still the prints stretched on. Claire kept her hand on the hatchet, her knuckles white. At last, the trail opened into a clearing I didn't recognize. In the center stood something that made my blood run cold. A tree, taller than any I'd seen, its bark blackened and split, its branches twisted into claw-like shapes, and around its base, carved into the earth, were dozens of symbols. Circles, spirals, lines intersecting in patterns that made my head ache to look at. The prints led straight to the tree, and then they stopped. Claire's face was pale as ash. She whispered, almost to herself, "I've read about this. Old stories. The Watcher in the Fog." Before I could ask what she meant, the whispering started again, louder than ever, echoing from the tree itself, shaking the ground beneath our feet. The branches creaked, bending toward us like skeletal arms. And then we realized the symbols around the tree weren't just carvings. They were graves. The graves encircling the blackened tree were shallow, nothing more than mounds of earth marked by crude wooden stakes. Some were fresh, the dirt still loose, while others had sunken with age, their markers rotting and collapsed. My stomach twisted as I realized what they were. Graves, yes, but not natural burials. These were offerings. Claire's breath hitched. She took a step back, shaking her head. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered. It's a place of keeping. My grandfather used to tell stories about places like this. You weren't supposed to wander into them. They're boundaries, markers. Things get bound here. The tree loomed above us, its bark oozing dark resin that smelled faintly metallic. like old blood. The whispering poured from it, 100 voices overlapping, some high, some deep, all speaking in unison. My name surfaced in the chorus, Daniel, 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 woven in like a thread through fabric. The sound made my teeth ache. I reached for Claire, but she wasn't moving. She was staring at the base of the tree, her eyes wide with horror. I followed her gaze and froze. Between the graves, half buried in the earth, lay shapes. Not skeletons, not corpses, but bodies. They looked preserved, as if time hadn't touched them. Men and women, dressed in hiking clothes from different decades, their skin pale and waxy. Their eyes were open, staring blindly at the sky. None of them decayed. None of them decomposed. I gagged, stumbling back, but Claire grabbed my arm. "Don't move," she hissed. "If we disturb it." Her warning came too late. The whispering rose into a scream, and the bodies twitched. Fingers spasmed, legs jerked. Mouths opened in silent gasps. One by one, the dead began to rise. They didn't move like people. They staggered, their limbs stiff, their joints cracking, but their eyes, empty, glassy, locked on us. The graves opened wider as more emerged, clawing free of the dirt. Claire raised the hatchet, her face drained of color. "Run," she breathed. We bolted, tearing through the clearing, dodging graves as the dead lurched after us. The whispering followed, booming from the tree, urging them forward. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but terror drove me. Claire kept pace beside me, swinging the hatchet when a pale hand reached too close. We plunged into the forest, the trail twisting underfoot, branches whipping our faces. Behind us, I heard the shuffle of dozens of feet, the crack of twigs, the wet rasp of breaths that shouldn't exist. The forest bent around us, refusing to release its grip. Every turn led us deeper, not out. At last, we stumbled into another clearing. But this one wasn't empty. The fog had returned, thicker than ever, swirling around a figure that stood waiting in the center. Tall, thin, faceless. It tilted its head as we skidded to a halt, the fog wrapping around it like a cloak. The whispering stilled, replaced by a suffocating silence. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure lifted one elongated hand and pointed back toward the graves. Its intent was clear return. Claire's grip tightened on the hatchet. "No." She spat, her voice shaking but fierce. She hurled the weapon at the figure. It spun through the air, but before it struck, the fog swallowed it whole. The hatchet vanished, gone as if it had never existed. The figure lowered its hand. Slowly, almost curiously, it turned its head toward me. Then, for the first time, its smooth face shifted. A mouth formed, stretching across skin where none had been. It opened wide, impossibly wide, until the shape of its head warped. And from that mouth my own voice came out. "Daniel," it said. The sound gutted me. Hearing my own tone twisted, echoing through that thing, shattered something inside. Claire screamed, grabbed my hand, and yanked me toward the trees. We ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, not caring about the trail anymore. The whispering returned, furious now, rattling the forest like thunder. Time dissolved. Minutes, hours. I don't know how long we ran. The trees blurred. The air burned in my lungs. And then, just when I thought I would collapse, we burst out into light. The Jeep. It was sitting right there, in the trailhead parking lot, as if waiting for us. I didn't question how we found it, how the forest had suddenly released us. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them in the lock. Claire shoved me aside, yanked open the door, and we both scrambled inside. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. Gravel sprayed behind us as we tore down the dirt road, the trees whipping past in a blur. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us looked back. It wasn't until we hit the main highway that Claire finally broke the silence. Her voice was hollow. It let us go. I gripped the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. "What do you mean?" She stared out the window, eyes distant. "It could have kept us. It wanted us, but it let us leave." I wanted to tell her she was wrong, that we'd escaped, outsmarted it, outrun it. But deep down, I knew she was right. The forest hadn't lost us. It had chosen to release us. And whatever rules governed that place, whatever thing watched from the fog, it had decided for now that we didn't belong in its graves. We didn't talk much on the drive back. Claire sat curled in the passenger seat, staring at nothing, while I kept my eyes glued to the road. Every mile put more distance between us and that cursed place, but the weight of it clung to me like a shadow. When we finally reached the city, it should have felt like relief. The noise, the lights, the hum of life everywhere. Things I had once craved. But it didn't comfort me. It only made the silence inside me louder. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. The sounds of the city drifted through the window. Sirens, cars, voices, but beneath them I heard it. Whispering. Faint. Almost too soft to catch, but there. My name spoken from the dark corners of the room. Daniel. I sat up, heart pounding, but nothing was there. Claire stirred beside me, murmuring in her sleep. For a moment, I thought I saw fog coiling at the edge of the bedroom, but when I blinked, it was gone. The next morning, Claire wouldn't talk about it. She insisted we forget, move on, pretend it never happened. But she hasn't been the same. She startles at shadows, wakes gasping in the night, refuses to go near the woods. As for me, I've tried to convince myself it was a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by fear. But last week, I noticed dirt on my shoes, though I hadn't been outside. And last night, when I looked in the bathroom mirror, I swore the reflection tilted its head at me, just like the faceless thing in the fog. We left that place behind, but it hasn't left us. I don't know if we escaped or if we were marked. All I know is this: my girlfriend took me camping, and the forest decided to follow us home. My name is Elias Crow, and I was born in 1985 in a small coastal town in Maine that no longer appears on most maps. People say the government struck it from official record after a string of disasters, but the truth is simpler. The town withered. Businesses shuttered. The mill closed, and families moved away until only a scatter of houses stood empty in the woods, their windows blind and black. My grandmother, Ruth Crow, was one of the last who lived there. She vanished in 1972, when my mother was only 12 years old. The story went like this: one autumn evening, Ruth stepped out of her house to bring in wood for the stove. My grandfather was inside shaving in the bathroom, steam clouding the mirror. My mother sat at the kitchen table with her homework spread across the oilcloth. Ruth never came back. When my grandfather went out to check, the woodpile was untouched, the yard was still. No scream, no footprints. Nothing disturbed the brittle leaves that had fallen across the porch steps. For decades, that absence has gnawed at my family like a missing tooth. My mother swore that the house kept its silence after Ruth was gone. Doors stayed shut even when the wind howled. Windows refused to rattle. But sometimes, she told me, she heard footsteps upstairs when she was home alone, soft and patient, pacing back and forth across the creaking boards of the bedroom. I grew up in the shadow of that story, and though I tried to build a life elsewhere, I never escaped it. My mother died 2 years ago, her heart giving out in her sleep. My father had gone years before, leaving me without anchor. I lived in Portland then, working a job that kept me indoors, behind glass, watching numbers move across screens. I told myself I was stable, that I had made something better of my life. But I found myself waking at night to imagined creaks, listening to a phantom sound of steps that should not have been there. After my mother's funeral, I found the old deed papers in her belongings, along with a brass key wrapped in cloth. Her handwriting on the note was sharp and unsteady. "The house is still locked. Don't go in." It would have been sensible to throw the key into the sea, but grief has a way of making sense unravel. I packed my car and drove north, following memory into the woods where the road narrowed to cracked pavement and then to gravel. The town's welcome sign lay split in half, moss eating the letters. I passed a row of cabins with broken roofs, the rusted swing set behind the old school, the gas station that hadn't sold a gallon in 30 years. Time had stilled everything except the trees, which grew thicker, taller, pressing in like a silent crowd. At last, I saw my grandmother's house. It stood on the rise of a small hill, white paint peeling from its clapboards, shutters hanging crooked. The porch sagged but held. The curtains were drawn, the same faded yellow my mother once described. And the front door was still locked, just as she said it had been since 1972. I parked in the overgrown driveway and sat with the engine off, staring at the windows. Something about their dark panes unsettled me. They did not reflect light. It was as though they had been painted black from within. I told myself I was here only to look, convince myself that this place was nothing more than wood and rot. I slipped the brass key into my pocket and walked up the porch steps. Each groaned under my weight, but the door stood stubbornly closed. I did not put the key to the lock. Instead, I walked around the house. The yard was drowned in weeds, the lilac bushes skeletal. Behind the house, the shed leaned like a drunk, roof caved. The woods pressed close, and I remembered a detail my mother once shared. How her mother had forbidden her from going past the tree line alone. Not because of bears, she had said. Because of the silence. I was standing there, half lost in memory, when I heard it footsteps. Inside, the sound was clear, slow, measured. Someone was pacing. The creak of the boards came through the thin walls. My skin prickled. The windows above me showed nothing. But I could picture the upstairs bedroom where my mother had once slept, where her own mother had disappeared. The steps moved from one end of the room to the other, back and forth. Then they stopped. I stumbled backward, tripping on the roots that clawed up through the soil. My first thought was that someone had broken in. A squatter, maybe, living here all these years undisturbed. But the house was locked. Every window I had seen was sealed from the inside. The brass key in my pocket weighed heavier. I should have left then. I should have gotten back in the car and driven, until the house was nothing but rumor. But a strange compulsion pressed me closer. I circled to the front again and climbed the porch steps, every board groaning like a warning. I touched the doorknob. Cold. I slid the key into the lock. The metal fit perfectly, as if it had been waiting for me. When I turned it, the sound echoed louder than it should have, like a gunshot in a church. The door opened with a sigh. Inside, the air was stale, but not empty. Dust hung thick, swirling where light pierced through the curtains. The furniture was still in place: the sagging sofa, the wooden table, the lamp with its tilted shade. The wallpaper peeled in strips, but the house had not fallen to ruin the way I expected. It felt suspended in time, caught in the moment my grandmother stepped out and never returned. I closed the door behind me, and silence fell. I listened. Nothing. No pacing. No footsteps at all. I explored slowly, each step groaning. The kitchen was as my mother had described it: enamel stove, sink chipped at the edges, cabinets with handles tarnished to green. A calendar still clung to the wall, turned to October 1972. My grandmother's handwriting marked dates, chores, doctor's appointments. A name I didn't recognize circled in red. Marlowe, 7 p.m. The day she vanished. I felt the weight of being watched then. Not the prickling of paranoia, but the measured awareness of a gaze, heavy and patient. I turned, but no one stood there. The house was still. I climbed the stairs, my hand trailing the banister worn smooth by years of use. The steps creaked in protest. At the top, the hall stretched narrow, lined with doors. I chose the one at the end, the bedroom. I pushed it open, and the smell of lavender met me, faint, impossibly fresh. The bed was neatly made, the quilt tucked tight. A pair of shoes sat by the wall, polished. The window was locked, curtain drawn. And then the footsteps began again. Not mine. They came from the floor beneath me, pacing across the living room where I had just stood. The sound moved steady, heel to toe, deliberate. My pulse hammered. Whoever, or whatever, was in this house had waited until I was upstairs. I leaned against the doorframe, listening as the steps circled below. Then they stopped. Silence deepened until I could hear my own breath rasping. I forced myself down the hall, back to the stairs. Each creak sounded like a shout. When I reached the bottom, the living room was empty. The dust on the floor was unbroken, but the air had changed. It no longer felt stale, it felt crowded. I whispered into the silence, "Grandma." The word fell flat. And then, faint but unmistakable, a whisper came back. "Elias." The sound of my name did not echo through the house. It was as though the walls absorbed it, folding the syllables into the wood. I froze in the living room, staring at the staircase that groaned behind me, as if someone had shifted their weight at the top. No one was there. Dust still clung to the air like faint smoke, untouched. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, that grief and memory had conjured a voice from silence. But my name hadn't come from my own head. It had drifted low, patient, threaded with recognition. A whisper that knew me. The key in my pocket dug into my thigh as I moved. I told myself I would leave, just close the door and walk away. But my body betrayed me. I stepped toward the center of the living room, my shoes stirring the dust. Something tugged at me, an invisible cord pulling taut. On the wall above the sofa, a frame still hung. I had seen it in family photo albums. My grandmother in her garden, hair pinned back, hands stained with soil. Only now, the photo was wrong. Her head was turned slightly, eyes not angled sideways but angled sideways, fixed on me. My stomach knotted. I remembered the original image. Her gaze had been down, shy and focused on the plants. I climbed onto the couch, pulled the frame down, and studied it close. The photograph was the same print my mother had once held, the crease across the corner, the faded edges. Only the expression had changed. My grandmother's mouth was parted, almost forming a word. I set the frame face down and backed away. That was when I heard the pacing again. This time above me, back and forth across the upstairs floor, steady, deliberate. I called out, against every instinct. "Who's there?" The pacing stopped. Silence stretched long enough to make my skin crawl. And then the steps started again, heavier this time, as though whatever walked there wanted me to hear it. I gripped the banister and stared upward. The hallway at the top was dark, though faint lines of light slanted through the curtains. For a moment I thought I saw movement, a shadow darting across the far wall. My mouth went dry. "Grandma," I tried again. The steps halted. A pause. Then a slow descent began. One tread at a time, the weight pressing wood into groans. But no figure appeared. The stairs bowed as if under invisible feet, boards sinking, protesting. Step by step, the weight came down toward me, and the air thickened until I could hardly breathe. By the time it reached the final step, I was backed into the far corner of the room, my chest heaving. The bottom tread groaned. Dust stirred as if displaced by something unseen. Nothing stood there. I squeezed my eyes shut, but when I opened them, the photo frame lay upright again on the table. My grandmother's face stared at me from it. Her lips now parted wide, teeth just visible. I fled into the kitchen. The air seemed warmer there, though the calendar still clung to October. 1902 pages yellowed, curling at the corners. I grabbed it, thinking if I could bring it back with me, I'd have some proof. But when I tore it free, a brittle voice broke the silence. "You shouldn't." It was faint, almost beneath hearing, but it was there, and it came from right behind me. I spun, the calendar crumpled in my fist. Nothing but the shadow of the cabinets. The door to the cellar was ajar. I hadn't left it that way. My breath stilled. I had no memory of touching it. The black gap beyond the door was absolute, darker than the night outside, a hollow mouth waiting. Something scraped from below, a slow drag like wood against stone. Then came the sound of a footstep, deliberate and close. I dropped the calendar and slammed the door shut. The latch clicked. The silence after was immense, broken only by the rapid thud of my own heart. I needed to leave. Every bone in my body screamed it. But my legs moved me instead toward the front hall. As I reached for the doorknob, the knob twisted first, cold metal grinding beneath an invisible hand. The door rattled, tugged inward, though no one stood on the porch. I threw my weight against it. The struggle felt real solid, as though someone pushed from the other side, though the windows remained empty, showing only overgrown weeds. My arms burned as I forced the latch up. With a crack, the pressure released, and the door flung outward, slamming against the wall. The porch was empty. The night outside pressed close, trees crowding the yard. Wind sifted through the branches, carrying faint voices that almost, but not quite formed words. I stepped across the threshold, desperate to be gone. But before I could set foot on the porch, a sharp sound split the silence. From the second floor above me, the bedroom window slammed shut. The echo rolled through the house like thunder. Every instinct urged me to run, but something stronger pulled me back inside. The key, the family history, the knowing hole where truth should be. I couldn't leave, not yet. I went back in, shutting the door behind me. The air seemed thicker now, the dust swirling faster though no breeze moved. I crept to the base of the stairs, drawn upward again despite my dread. Each step cried out under my weight. At the top, the hall stretched longer than before. The doors seemed farther apart, the ceiling lower, the wallpaper darker. I tried to remember if it had always been this way. My sense of space wavered, bending like heat haze. At the end stood the bedroom door. Closed now, I reached for the knob. Cold sank into my skin, spreading up my arm. I twisted, and the door opened on its own. Inside, the bed was no longer neatly made. The quilt lay thrown back, sheets twisted, as if someone had just risen. A rocking chair in the corner moved slowly, though no one sat in it. The rhythm was steady, deliberate, and with each creak of wood, I thought I heard my name woven into it. Elias, Elias, Elias. On the dresser sat a jewelry box I recognized from old photographs, painted with bluebirds. I crossed to it, drawn as though by string. My hands shook as I lifted the lid. Inside was a folded scrap of paper, brittle and yellowed. I unfolded it with care. The handwriting was my grandmother's, unmistakable, the looping cursive I'd seen in letters. It read, "Don't follow me past the trees. If you hear me call, don't answer." I stared until the letters blurred. Behind me, the rocking chair creaked louder. When I turned, the chair had stopped. The bed was smoothed again, quilt tucked tight. And then I saw it, the photo on the nightstand. My grandmother again, but this time she wasn't alone. A man stood beside her, tall, his face blurred, as though the photograph had been smeared in development. His hand rested on her shoulder. The more I looked, the more it felt like his faceless head was tilting toward me. The air turned frigid. My breath fogged. The floor groaned beneath invisible weight. From the hall outside came the faint scrape of something dragging, inching closer, steady as a heartbeat. I clutched the note tighter. Its paper cut into my palm, but I didn't dare let go. The hall grew darker, as if shadows were thickening, spilling from the ceiling. A whisper rose among them, threads of sound weaving into my grandmother's voice. "Come with me, Elias." The note in my hand pulsed. The ink seeming fresher now, the words gleaming wet, "Don't answer." The whisper came again, stronger, closer, almost inside my ear. "Elias, please." I pressed myself back against the dresser, torn between running and listening. My grandmother had vanished here 50 years ago, into silence, into nothing. Now she was calling to me from it. The scrape in the hall stopped outside the door. The knob turned. The knob turned slow, deliberate, as though the hand on the other side had no concern for haste. I held my breath. Pulse hammering so loud, I thought it might give me away. The old brass handle creaked, twisting further, until the latch clicked. The door began to ease open, a sliver of darkness widening into the room. I wanted to run. My legs screamed to bolt past the window, to throw myself into the woods, even if the fall broke me. But something rooted me. The note in my palm burned against my skin, as if the words themselves were alive, reminding me, "Don't answer. Don't follow." The door opened fully. Nothing stood there. The hall stretched empty, shadows sliding along the peeling wallpaper. Then came the sound. Not footsteps now, but breathing. Close. Heavy. As though someone stood just inside the doorway, invisible but undeniable, exhaling slow and steady. I raised the note like it could ward the air away. My voice cracked out of me, raw. "What do you want?" The breathing stopped. Silence rushed in, pressing down. Then, in the stillness, the rocking chair began to move again, a slow back and forth creak. The photo on the nightstand, my grandmother beside the blurred man, slid half an inch as though nudged by unseen fingers. I couldn't stay in that room another second. Clutching the note, I bolted into the hall. My steps thundered down the stairs. At the bottom, I turned for the front door, It should have been only a dozen steps away. Instead, the hallway stretched impossibly long, floorboards yawning into shadow. The door receded farther the faster I ran, the brass knob gleaming like a star in endless dark. I stumbled to a stop, chest burning. The house was wrong, bending in ways I couldn't understand. My grandmother's warning pulsed in my hand, its ink staining my skin. I forced myself into the kitchen instead, slamming into the doorframe like a ship finding harbor. The cellar door yawned open again. I hadn't touched it. The blackness below felt deeper than before, a void breathing cold air into the room. The scraping sound rose once more, closer now, as though something was hauling itself up the steps, wood straining under its weight. I backed away, heart glowing. The calendar I had dropped earlier lay flat on the floor, pages fluttering though no wind moved. I bent and snatched it up. The date circled in red burned bright against the yellowed paper. Marlowe, 7 p.m. Who was Marlowe? Why circle the very day she vanished? My mother had never spoken that name. It wasn't in any family story. Yet here it was, ink sharp, insistent. The scraping stopped. Silence again. I held myself still, ears straining. Then, faint but clear, came the sound of the front door opening, hinges shrieking. Cold air gusted through the house, carrying a smell of pine and damp earth. I peered around the doorway. The front door stood wide. Beyond it, the porch was gone. The yard was gone. Instead, the tree line pressed right up to the threshold, bark slick, branches clawing inward. I saw no sky, only the black weave of pines stretching endless. Something moved among them. A figure tall, shoulders bent, its head blurred like in the photo. My stomach lurched. The figure raised its hand, beckoning. My grandmother's voice spilled through the doorway, soft, broken, begging. "Elias, help me." The note pulsed hot. The words seemed to scream now, "Don't follow. Don't answer." I staggered back, torn in two. This was the voice I had wanted my whole life, proof she hadn't simply vanished without trace. To ignore it felt like betrayal, but the warning seared my palm. The figure stepped closer. Its outline wavered, flickering between shapes, sometimes a man, sometimes nothing but tall shadow. And always that blurred face like the world refused to render it. The voice softened into sobs. "Please. Elias, please." I clenched my jaw and forced myself to speak, not answering the call but asking, "What happened to you?" The figure stopped. The sobs broke off like cut thread. The silence that followed was total, pressing against my ears. Then, in a voice wrong and fractured, came the reply. She followed. The doorway slammed shut so hard the walls shuddered. Dust rained from the ceiling. When I spun back toward the kitchen, the cellar door was gone. In its place was a blank wall of plaster, smooth and unbroken. The house was sealing itself, shifting around me. Panic surged. I sprinted for the stairs again, thinking maybe the bedroom window would give, that I could climb down the porch roof. But when I reached the second floor, the hall stretched farther still, lined with doors I didn't recognize. Every door was closed. The air smelled of damp soil, as though the woods themselves had seeped inside. One door rattled, knob twisting. Another rattled. Soon all the doors shook, handles jerking, wood splintering. From behind them rose the sound of footsteps pacing, dozens of them, overlapping, echoing, too many to belong to one house. My head spun with the weight of it. I pressed myself against the wall, clutching the note and calendar. "Stop!" I shouted. My voice cracked, swallowed by the cacophony, and then all at once, silence. One door creaked open. Inside was my grandmother's bedroom, exactly as before. Bed made, quilt neat, rocking chair still. Only now, she sat in it. Her hair was pinned back, her dress faded but clean. Her hands rested on her lap, pale as wax. And her eyes, oh God, her eyes were the same as in the altered photograph, tilted sideways, watching me with terrible patience. "Elias," she whispered, and though my skin crawled, I realized it wasn't quite her voice. It carried something under it, a cadence that didn't belong to her, like two voices braided into one. I stepped inside, trembling. "Grandma." Her lips curved, but not in a smile. It was a pull too wide, showing too many teeth. Her voice came again, soft but urgent. "You must come. It's waiting." The note in my hand burned hotter, smoke rising from its edges. My grandmother's eyes flicked to it, and her face twisted, expression cracking like a mask. Her mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, until her jaw groaned with the stretch. The second voice poured out, low and inhuman, "Give it to me." I staggered back, the room warping around me. The rocking chair lurched forward, as though hurled slamming against the wall. My grandmother's figure collapsed inward, folding like paper, vanishing into the quilt, and I was alone. The note was nearly ash, crumbling in my fingers. Only one phrase remained legible, stark against the burnt edgy. "If you hear me call, don't answer." I stumbled for the door, desperate now, my throat raw from shouting. The hall was shorter again, the stairs within reach. I barreled down, past the living room, past the sofa. The photograph still faced down on the table. I tore open the front door and found myself standing in the yard again. Porch intact, trees at their rightful distance. The night sky stretched clear, stars sharp and endless. I turned back. The house loomed silent, windows blind. No sound came from within. I stumbled to my car, fumbling the keys with shaking hands. When the engine roared to life, relief almost broke me. I reversed down the drive, gravel spitting, headlights cutting the dark. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the highway did I dare. In the rearview mirror, miles away, I still saw the house perched on its hill. Its upstairs window glowed faint yellow, curtain drawn aside. A figure stood there, watching. I drove through the night without stopping, the note's ashes still clinging to my palm. When I reached my apartment, I went straight to the sink and washed them away, though the words still seemed etched in my skin. That was weeks ago. Since then, I wake each night at the same hour. 7 p.m., the time circled on the calendar. Always, I hear footsteps pacing my apartment, moving back and forth across the floor. And sometimes, when the silence stretches too long, I hear her voice. "Elias, please." I keep my mouth shut, but each night it grows harder not to answer. My name is Marin Holt, and I am a woman who has always carried a fascination for places forgotten by time. I studied history in college, but my true obsession was never the chapters in textbooks or the sepia photographs in library archives. It was the ghost towns scattered across the country. The ones left to rot in the wilderness, their silence somehow louder than the cities that had replaced them. When I was a child, my father once drove me past the skeleton of a mining town on the edge of Colorado. I remember the sun bleaching the weathered facades, the windows hollow like eye sockets, and my own hand pressing against the car window as if reaching out. That sight never left me. Years later, I dedicated entire weekends to traveling to similar places. Most were disappointments. Tourist attractions with gift shops and fences. their legends carefully curated for visitors. But then I read about a place in West Virginia that seemed different, untouched. The town's name was Dawning Hollow, though the name no longer appeared on maps. In 1979, a fire gutted the mine shafts and claimed several lives. Survivors fled, leaving everything behind. According to the scant reports I uncovered, the town was abandoned within weeks. Houses stood boarded up, shops still stacked with dust, covered good. A church whose steeple had collapsed after a lightning strike. And yet, no tourism board had capitalized on it. No guided tours, no restoration, just an empty place left to the woods. That was what drew me most. I wanted silence. I wanted raw memory. I wanted to stand where history had been severed. So one early autumn afternoon, I loaded my camping pack, a lantern, a sleeping bag, and enough provisions for one night. I parked my car at the edge of a gravel road, where the asphalt disappeared beneath weeds, and I followed the trail down into the hollow. The forest was strangely hushed. Leaves shifted under the weight of a breeze, but no birds called out. It was as though nature itself respected the absence of human life there. After a half-mile walk, the trees thinned, and I saw the first crooked outlines of buildings. My chest tightened in awe. Dawning Hollow was exactly what I had hoped. A square of buildings framed a central patch of cobblestone, where weeds had claimed the cracks like veins through broken skin. Houses leaned against each other, their roofs sagging. A rusted swing set, in what must have been a park, dangled broken chains. And at the far end stood the church, its frame tall and dark, though the steeple lay in ruin, collapsed decades ago. Moss crawled up the stones like grasping fingers. I pitched my tent in the center of the square. It felt bold, invasive even, but I wanted to immerse myself, to sleep where life had once thrived and now festered in silence. As the sun lowered, I lit my lantern and wandered among the buildings. Inside the general store, I found shelves that still held jars of preserves, their labels faded, contents clouded into dark clumps. A children's shoe sat abandoned beneath the counter. The schoolhouse contained desks with carved deep into the wood. Dust lay thick enough to track my footprints across the floorboards. The houses I entered felt frozen in panic. Drawers half open, dishes left on tables, photographs left in frames. One held a calendar stopped on October 1979. The most imposing structure was the church. I entered as twilight bled across the sky. The doors creaked open reluctantly, revealing rows of pews lined with collapsed hymnals. The air smelled of mildew, faintly metallic. At the front, the pulpit stood untouched, though glass windows had cracked inward, scattering fragments across the floor. The steeple above was absent, just jagged wood against the sky. It was strange standing there. I am not a religious woman, but I felt an undeniable heaviness, as though the air pressed on my shoulders. I left quickly, brushing off the feeling as nerves. After all, I was alone in a ghost town. What did I expect? Comfort. Night arrived fully, wrapping Dawning Hollow in a deep shadow. My lantern cast an amber glow across the square, the circle of light feeling both fragile and protective. I cooked a small meal on my portable stove and ate quietly, listening. The silence was total. It was so absolute that the scrape of my fork against the tin plate startled me. I thought about how many people had once filled this square, their voices bouncing off the buildings. Now there was nothing but me. I lay down in my tent with my notebook open, planning to record observations. My pen scratched across the page for perhaps 10 minutes before I grew restless. The night outside felt thick, like it pressed against the fabric of the tent. I set the notebook aside, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. That was when I heard it. At first it was distant, faint, rhythmic. I thought it was a hallucination brought by fatigue. But it grew louder, distinct. A bell. The sound of a bell tolling. I sat upright, every nerve on edge. The ringing was clear, metallic, resonant. I counted the strokes. 1, 2, 3. I froze, realization dawning. The church's steeple had collapsed decades ago. There was no bell, yet the tolling continued. 4, 5, 6. Each strike vibrated through the square as though shaking the stones themselves. I clutched my sleeping bag, heart pounding. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Perhaps some metal swinging in the wind, some echo from miles away. But the rhythm was too precise. 7, 8, 9. By then I was shaking. I knew church bells struck 12 at midnight, but this sound carried on. 10, 11, 12. The 12th toll faded into the silence, and I prayed it would end. But one final chime followed. 13. The note lingered in the air like smoke. My skin prickled with cold sweat. I sat in absolute stillness, waiting. The silence that followed was heavier than before, as though something now filled it. The square felt different, alive in a way it hadn't been. I thought I heard movement. Soft footsteps across cobblestone. My lantern flickered though there was no wind. I told myself not to panic. That was always the advice in survival stories, wasn't it? Stay calm. Assess. But my hands trembled uncontrollably. I reached for the zipper of the tent and pulled it down slowly. Cold air rushed in as I peeked out. The square stretched in stillness. The buildings leaned in shadow, unchanged. But I saw something shift near the church. A darker silhouette moving against the night. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and it was gone. I shut the tent quickly and sat back, my chest tight. I thought of packing my gear and leaving immediately. But the forest trail was narrow and the night thick. I might get lost, or worse. My only choice was to endure until dawn. I checked my watch, 12:30, then 1:15. At 1:47 I heard another sound. The scrape of wood against stone. Like a pew being dragged. It came from the direction of the church. I pressed my palms against my ears, but the sound carried through, insistent. Then it stopped. My ears rang in the absence. When I lowered my hands, I realized the square was no longer silent. Faint whispers drifted through the air, impossible to place. They came from all directions and none. I could not understand the words, only the cadence, like prayers repeated too fast to comprehend. I curled in my sleeping bag, trembling, whispering to myself that it would pass, that nothing could hurt me. But my words sounded foreign, almost drowned out by the murmur outside. Sometime after 2 a.m., the whispers ceased. I let myself breathe. My muscles ached from tension, but I tried to rest again. And then, I felt it. The sensation of weight, as though someone pressed a hand against the fabric of the tent. I did not move. My breath caught. Slowly, carefully, I turned my eyes toward the indentation. A palm. Fingers spread wide. The shape pressed down for several seconds before lifting away. The air left my lungs in a shaky gasp. I could not control my body anymore. I shook, heart hammering. My first thought was that someone else had come into the square. Another camper, another trespasser. But who would camp here? Who else would choose this place? I held still, every nerve screaming. No further pressure came. No sound of retreating footsteps. I lay awake until exhaustion overtook me, my body giving in despite terror. When I woke, dawn was gray over Dawning Hollow. My lantern had burned out. I stepped outside the tent cautiously, my body stiff, my mind dazed. The square looked ordinary again. Ruins under a pale sky. No movement, no whispers, no handprints. Except for one thing. On the church's collapsed steeple stones, there was fresh dust disturbed. Lines dragged across them, like something heavy had been moved in the night. And though the air was quiet, I thought I could still hear the echo of that 13th toll. The morning light felt too thin to protect me. I stood in the square, shivering though the air was mild, staring at the drag marks across the collapsed steeple stones. They looked recent. The dust lighter in shade, the grooves sharp, edged. Something heavy had been shifted. I walked closer, unable to stop myself, though dread knotted my stomach. The collapsed beams and stone had lain there for decades, moss grown thick over them. But a section was different. The moss had been scraped away in the night. One beam was tilted, as though levered. Beneath it, dark soil showed fresh, exposed to air for the first time in years. I whispered to myself, rats or raccoons. Animals. I wanted that to be true. But the clean, deliberate way the wood had been moved, it looked like work. Hands, not paws. I backed away, telling myself I'd leave soon. I could pack my things, hike back to the car, and write off Dawning Hollow as too strange, too heavy. But even as I thought it, something inside me resisted. I'd come here for this, the unexplainable weight of history. Now it pressed against me in a way I hadn't expected. Walking away felt like surrender. I tried to ground myself in routine. I boiled water for instant coffee, the steam rising pale into the air. The bitter taste steadied me. By the time I finished, the square had grown brighter, sunlight breaking across rooftops. It almost seemed ordinary again. But my eyes kept drifting back to the church. At 9 a.m., I decided I needed answers. I left my pack in the tent and walked to the church doors. They opened more easily in daylight, though the hinges groaned. Inside, the pews stood silent, the pulpit in shadow. Dust floated like motes in the shafts of light from cracked windows. The air was cold, damp, faintly metallic. I forced myself toward the front. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots. When I reached the pulpit, I saw it fresh scuff marks across the wood. A hymn book lay open, though I had not touched it the night before. The pages had swelled with moisture, warped, but the print was legible. My eyes caught the hymn title, "When the Hour Strikes." The words on the page blurred as though the ink had bled, but I could still read lines here and there. At 12 the bell will ring, at 13 the Lord shall bring. I snapped the book closed, my pulse hammering. I should have left. Any reasonable person would have. But something compelled me further. Behind the pulpit, a door led to a narrow stairwell, half collapsed, that once wound up to the steeple. Now it ended in splintered beams and rubble. Still, I climbed a few steps, testing them. The wood held. From this vantage, I could see down into the pews, and a chill ran through me. Every seat was coated in dust, except three. 3 pews looked freshly disturbed, the dust brushed aside as someone had sat there. The prints were shaped like bodies, shoulders, arms, legs. I stared, heart pounding, then stumbled down the steps, fleeing the church. Back in the square, I caught my breath. The sunlight seemed dimmer now, clouds dragging across the sky. My watch read 10:30, though the air felt later, as though the day had grown tired already. I packed my gear in frantic movements. My tent folded with shaking hands. My stove clattered into the bag. I wanted out. I slung the pack over my shoulders and strode toward the forest trail. But the path I had followed yesterday was gone. I froze at the tree line, scanning. Yesterday, a clear trail had cut through the weeds, leading straight back to the road. Now, there was nothing but tangled brush. I walked forward a few steps, searching. My boots sank into soft earth. Branches caught my arms, but no path appeared. I turned in circles, panic rising. It had to be here. Trails don't vanish overnight. Yet when I circled back, the square looked unchanged, the buildings leaning silent. Only the way out had disappeared. I returned to the center, chest heaving. I told myself I was disoriented. That was all. The woods could play tricks. I would rest, regain focus, and try again. The hours crawled. By noon, clouds had thickened, muting the light. The square seemed darker than it should at midday. I sat on a broken step of the schoolhouse, notebook in hand, though my writing was frantic, shaky. My notes shifted from observation to confession. 13. The pews disturbed, the trail gone. At 2 p.m., I heard movement again. Not whispers this time. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. Crossing the cobblestones. I snapped upright, scanning the square. My lantern sat packed, useless, but the daylight should have revealed everything. Yet I saw no one. Still, the footsteps continued, measured, as though circling. I pressed my back to the schoolhouse wall, trying to track them. The sound moved past the general store, around the church, then into the square. My throat tightened as the footsteps grew louder, closer. Then they stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I stepped forward cautiously, heart thudding. Nothing. Only empty space. My own breath ragged. I forced a laugh, thin and hollow, whispering, "You're losing it, Marin." But deep down, I knew I wasn't. By 4 p.m., I made another attempt at escape. I chose a direction and forced my way through the underbrush, branches clawing my arms, mud sucking at my boots. I pushed for nearly an hour before I emerged, back into the square. I dropped to my knees, gasping. My pack slid off, thudding against the cobblestones. I stared at the buildings, their silent windows watching me. I had walked in a circle, though I'd gone straight. The church bell tolled again. Not 12, not 13, just once. The single chime cracked the air, sharp and final. My head jerked toward the church. The ruined steeple still sagged broken. No bell, but the sound had been real. As evening drew near, dread settled heavier in my bones. I couldn't leave. I couldn't explain the sounds. And I couldn't stop watching the church. At 6 p.m., I entered the inn, one of the larger buildings, hoping for shelter. Its wooden sign still hung, letters faded. Inside, cobwebs hung thick, the air stale. A counter stood with ledger books warped by damp. Upstairs, I found rows of rooms, beds stripped but frames intact. I chose one, setting my pack on the floor. The window overlooked the square. As dusk blotted into night, I lit my lantern and sat by the window, staring at the church. The sky darkened until only shadows remained, the square a black pit. At midnight, the bell tolled again. 1, 3. My body locked. I clutched the windowsill, knuckles white. 4, 5, 6. The sound reverberated through my chest. 7, 8, 9. My lantern flickered, dimming. 10, 11. My breath came in shallow gasps. Then the 13th toll. It rang longer this time, vibrating through the glass, rattling the window pane. The square seemed to pulse with the sound. And when it faded, the square was no longer empty. Shapes stood in the darkness. Figures, faint like outlines of smoke. They filled the pews of the church, then spilled into the square. I counted. 5, 7, a dozen more. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as though remembering how to walk. I wanted to scream, but my throat locked. My lantern guttered, the light shrinking. I pressed against the wall, praying they wouldn't see me. The figures drifted toward the center of the square. They formed a circle around my abandoned tent. Though I had packed it away, they moved in unison, heads turning upward toward the sky. Then I heard them, the whispers. Louder now, clearer. Words tangled together like a hymn sung backward. My ears burned with the sound, my stomach churned. One of the figures turned. Its head tilted unnaturally, too far, until its face, if it could be called that, faced the inn. For a moment, its outline sharpened. I saw hollow sockets, a mouth stretched too wide. The lantern died. Darkness consumed me. The whispers swelled, filling the room, filling my skull. I stumbled back from the window, tripping over the bed frame. My body convulsed with terror. Then silence. When I opened my eyes again, faint dawn light filtered into the room. My lantern sat cold, my pack untouched. I rushed to the window. The square was empty. The only sign that anything had happened was the church. Its steeple rubble was more disturbed. Beams shifted further, as though something beneath had tried to push through. I whispered to myself, voice shaking, "I'm not alone here." And I knew I wouldn't be allowed to leave. Not yet. Morning light did nothing to ease the weight pressing on me. If anything, the town looked worse under the thin gray dawn, every boarded window like a shut eye that refused to open. My throat ached from thirst. My stomach churned with hunger, but fear made both irrelevant. I stood in the inn's hallway, staring down at the square, unable to shake the image of the figures circling in the night. The trail had vanished. My first escape attempt had looped me back, but I couldn't accept that this was permanent. There had to be a way out. My rational mind kept trying to assert itself, clinging to explanation. Disorientation, fatigue, the tricks of shadows. But each time, it faltered on one fact. I had heard the bell. I packed again with frantic hands, strapping the bag to my shoulders, gripping my lantern even though it had failed me. I left the inn, stepping into the square as the clouds gathered low overhead. A storm was coming. I could smell it on the wind, sharp and electric. I told myself, choose one direction, keep going. Don't stop, and so I marched through weeds and underbrush, branches clawing my arms, until my breath grew ragged. I shoved forward, refusing to look back. My boots tore through mud, my pack cut into my shoulders. The storm broke above me, thunder cracking, rain lashing my face. When I burst out into a clearing, I froze. The square spread before me again, the church, the houses, the same broken swing set. I sank to my knees, rain soaking my hair, my skin crawling with dread. It was impossible. I had walked straight, harder than yesterday. Yet the town held me like a snare. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the church in stark white for a heartbeat. In that flash, I swore I saw movement on the steeple rubble. A figure crouched low, watching me. When the light faded, nothing remained. I stumbled back to the inn, soaked and shaking. The square had grown darker, though it was still midday, clouds smothering what little light remained. I sat on the floor of the inn, head in my hands, whispering to myself. The bell tolled at midnight. 13 times. The figures gathered. Each time the rubble shifted further. Something was trying to get out. The thought wormed into my skull and refused to leave. The 13th toll was not a mistake. It was a summons. Every night they gathered to answer it. and every morning the rubble moved more. I had to see what was under there. By late afternoon, the storm eased to a drizzle. I forced myself back into the square, dragging heavy breaths into my lungs. My boots squelched on the wet cobblestones as I crossed to the church. The door yawned wide, hinges warped by rain. Inside, the pews stood in patient rows, shadows deepening in the corners. I stepped over the threshold, my lantern clutched tight though it sputtered. I approached the rubble at the base of the steeple. The moss was torn in wide patches now, earth exposed in ragged streaks. I dropped to my knees, hands trembling, and brushed the dirt. It crumbled fresh beneath my fingers. Someone, or something, had been clawing from beneath. I scraped further, pulling away clumps of soil until my fingers hit wood. Smooth, warped with age, not part of the steeple beams. A box. A coffin. My stomach lurched. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. I wanted to flee, but my legs wouldn't move. I stood frozen, rain dripping through the broken roof onto my hair, staring at the box half revealed. That was when the bell tolled. Not midnight. Not 13. Just once. A single hollow strike that echoed through the church, shaking the walls. My lantern flickered violently. The pews shifted. Dust swirled as if disturbed by movement. I heard it then. The scrape of wood, the shuffle of feet. Shadows thickened between the pews, shapes pulling free of the air. I stumbled backward as they rose, the same figures I had seen from the inn. Their outlines half formed, faces hollow. They turned toward the coffin. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding so hard, I thought my chest might split. The figures moved in slow unison, drifting toward the rubble, toward the box I had uncovered. They gathered around it in a circle, heads bowing. The whispers began again, low, layered, words in a language I couldn't place. The coffin shifted. My breath caught. Wood groaned as though under immense pressure. One of the figures bent low, its hands, long, too many joints, pressing against the lid. Slowly, deliberately, it began to rise. No, I gasped before I could stop myself. The word tore from my throat raw. The figures froze. Their heads turned in eerie unison, sockets fixing on me. The whispers stopped. Silence crashed over the church. I backed toward the door. But my legs felt heavy, as though the stone floor had grown soft, sucking at my boots. My lantern flared once more, then died completely, leaving only the faint gray light of dusk filtering through broken windows. The coffin lid creaked open. The smell hit me first. Rot, metallic and thick. Then came the sound of wet inhale, ragged and hungry. The figures stepped back, giving space. A hand emerged, pale and bloated, nails blackened. It gripped the edge of the coffin and pulled. Another hand followed. Then a face. It was not whole. Skin sloughed in patches. Eyes clouded white, jaw slack. But the mouth moved. It whispered in perfect clarity, though no lips should have formed the words. Marin Holt. My name. Spoken from a mouth that should not know it. I screamed and bolted for the door. My boots pounded across the floorboards. The whispers surging behind me. I burst into the square, rain lashing my face again. I didn't stop. I tore across the cobblestones, through weeds, into the trees, thrashing at branches, not caring where I went. And then I stumbled onto the road. As sudden as if it had never vanished. The gravel road lay before me. My car sat at the edge, slick with rain, exactly where I had left it. I sobbed, fumbling my keys, yanking the door open. I collapsed inside, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the gear into drive and sped away, mud spraying from the tires. I didn't look back. Not once. It took hours before I reached the highway. My clothes clung damp to my skin, my body shaking with cold and exhaustion. Every mile that passed, I expected to glance into the rearview mirror and see the figures following. But nothing came. Only the endless hiss of rain. When I finally pulled into a gas station, I stumbled inside, drawing stares. A man behind the counter asked if I was all right. I tried to answer, but my voice cracked into sobs. I left without fuel, just desperate to put more distance between myself and Dawning Hollow. I have not returned. I have not spoken of it aloud until now. My notes from that night sit sealed in a drawer. I tell myself that perhaps I hallucinated, that fear warped my senses, that exhaustion invented voices. But when I close my eyes, I still hear the bell. I still see the coffin lid rising. And worst of all, sometimes at night when the world is silent, I hear it again. The toll, not 12, not 13, just once. A sound that shakes the walls of my apartment, rattles my glasses on the shelf. I wake drenched in sweat, heart pounding. I check the clock. Every time, 3:13 a.m., the same hour without fail. I am afraid that whatever stirred in Dawning Hollow followed me. That the 13th toll was not bound to that place alone. That once you hear it, you belong to it. And sometimes, when I catch myself staring at the shadows in my apartment corners, I wonder if I ever really left that square at all. My name is Tobias Ward, and I was born into a family that measured their lives by what they pulled from the earth. My grandfather panned for gold in the rivers of Nevada until his back bent like the curve of a sickle. My father worked in coal mines until his lungs turned black and every breath rattled like gravel in a tin. I swore I would never be like them. Never spend my life coughing up dust. Never let darkness press, so close that it carved years off me. And yet here I was, dragging a lantern into the mouth of a forgotten silver mine, telling myself I was different. The truth is, I wasn't chasing wealth for the sake of money. I was chasing a story. One that had wormed its way into me ever since I first overheard it at a roadside bar near a stretch of abandoned mining town in Colorado. The old men said the silver here was cursed, the veins running through the mountain, as if the rock itself bled with something alive. They said the last crew that worked these shafts in the 1920s went missing overnight. No cave-in, no bodies, no tools left behind. Just the echo of picks ringing from behind sealed stone. It should have been enough to scare me off, but curiosity burns hotter than caution. I told myself I was going in as an amateur prospector, chasing the shimmer of metal in a dead town. But beneath that, there was something darker pushing me forward. I wanted to see if the mountain really did have a voice. The town itself was a husk, scattered across the valley floor. Roofs sagged, porches rotted, windows gaped like sockets without eyes. When I parked my truck near the old assay office, the silence was so total it pressed into my ears. Not even a bird, not even the wind. Just stillness and the dry smell of rust and dust. I should have camped outside the town, but instead I pitched my tent right in the middle of the square, where a fountain had long since collapsed into a pit of weeds. My lantern light spilled over broken benches and twisted iron. Every time I glanced at the boarded-up church, I imagined the pews filled with miners, still waiting for salvation that never came. That first night I dreamed of voices. They weren't speaking words I knew, but my own name wove through them. soft as breath, carried like a secret someone didn't want me to forget. I woke before dawn, the fabric of the tent damp with condensation, my heart hammering as if I'd been running. The sound hadn't been outside. It had been underneath me, resonating through the ground. By morning, I convinced myself it was imagination. I packed rope, chisels, and a handheld pick into a rucksack, strapped a lantern to my belt, and followed the old tramway line uphill to the mine entrance. The tracks were half, buried under scree and wild grass, the ties rotted to splinters. When I finally reached the yawning black mouth, cut into the rock, I stopped and waited, trying to decide if I was stupid or brave. The timbers bracing the entrance leaned like old bones, their wood mottled with fungus. Inside, the air smelled of metal and rot, damp enough to sting my throat. I lit my lantern, and its glow struck the first few yards of tunnel, jagged walls, rusty drill marks, the long abandoned remains of a cart. Deeper in, darkness swallowed everything. I told myself to take it slow, to mark every turn with chalk, but my eagerness betrayed me. I went deeper than I planned, following rails that twisted into caverns, where water dripped from the ceiling, like a clock counting down time. In some chambers, the walls glittered faintly, flakes of silver still clinging to stone. I thought of filling my pack, but my gut pulled me farther, past the easy pickings, toward where the air felt denser. That's when I heard the first voice. It wasn't distinct, not yet. Just the faintest murmur, so quiet I thought it was water moving in some hidden seam. But when I raised my lantern, the glow seemed to catch on the dust motes, as if they hung heavier where the sound came from. My name surfaced in it, Tobias. Drawn out, almost loving, like the way a mother might wake her child. I froze, lantern trembling in my grip. My rational mind spat excuses, air pushing through cracks, the pop of cooling stone, even my own blood rushing in my ears. But no excuse could shake the truth the sound had syllables. And those syllables were mine. The deeper I walked, the louder it grew. Not constant, not a chant, but a rhythm, like miners swinging picks, grunting with each strike, pausing, then striking again. Between the imagined clangs, they said my name. Not all at once, but in voice overlapping another until it was a chorus. I gripped the handle of my pick, so tight the wood dug into my palm. I should have turned back. Every step I took farther and felt like lowering myself into a grave I had already dug. But obsession has teeth, and once it bites, it doesn't let go. The passage narrowed, forcing me to stoop, the lantern throwing frantic shadows across walls scored with marks. At first, I thought they were tool lines, but when I leaned closer, I saw they formed letters. Not English, not anything I knew, but symbols repeated like prayers carved into the stone. Some looked fresh, the edges sharp as if cut yesterday. I brushed one with my fingers and recoiled. The groove was warm, as if the stone had a pulse. Behind me, something shuffled. I spun, light swinging wild, but the tunnel was empty. The sound didn't fade, though. It sank into the stone itself, as if the walls had lungs that exhaled my name back at me. I pressed forward, faster now, as if by moving quicker I could outpace the dread. My lantern revealed an old crosscut tunnel that shouldn't have been stable. The timber braces cracked and bowed. Against better judgment, I ducked through. The voices swelled, bouncing from every surface, until it felt like they vibrated in my chest. And then I found the chamber. It was a wide vault, easily 20 feet across, the ceiling lost in darkness. The floor was uneven, heaps of rubble scattered like the aftermath of a collapse. In the center lay a pit, perfectly round, its edge rimmed with stacked stones that didn't match the mine's construction. Older, smoother, like they had been placed there long before pickaxes and drills ever touched this mountain. When I leaned closer, the pit exhaled. A cold breath, damp with the smell of metal and earth, brushed my face. The voices rose from its depths, clear now, not echoes at all. They said my name in dozens of tones, men, women, even children. Tobias, Tobias Ward. Some sounded pleading, some accusing. A few were flat, devoid of any emotion at all, as if they only wanted me to recognize the fact of myself before surrendering it. I staggered back, lantern nearly slipping from my grasp. My rational mind screamed retreat. Seal the chamber. Forget the mine. Leave the mountain before the sun set. But my legs betrayed me, carrying me closer to the pit. I felt heat rising from within it, like the opposite of the breath that had cooled me moments earlier. Heat that felt alive. When I raised the lantern and tilted it forward, I saw the impossible. The stone inside the pit moved. Not crumbled, not shifted with gravity. It rippled like flesh drawn over bone. And beneath those ripples, shapes pressed against it, faces straining upward as if buried alive, mouths opening and closing in silent cries. Every voice from below surged in unison. My name hammered into me with such force I dropped to my knees. The lantern flickered, guttered, almost died, but caught again. In that faltering light, I saw hands, dozens of them pushing against the stone from beneath, stretching the surface like wax, fingers reaching, curling, pointing at me. I don't remember how long I crouched there, paralyzed by the pull of it. My thoughts blurred into the sound of my name. My own mouth moved, whispering along with the chorus, and I couldn't tell if I was hearing or speaking. My skin prickled as though the mountain itself breathed through my pores. Only when a rock shifted behind me, loud, sharp, undeniable, did I break free. I spun, expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was nothing. Just the shadow of a collapsed beam, shifting under its own weight. That moment of distraction saved me. My body jolted into motion, instinct overriding obsession. I staggered backward through the tunnel, scraping shoulders against stone, my lantern beam quivering across the symbols carved into the walls. Behind me, the voices rose in fury, louder than before, shaking dust from the ceiling. They no longer whispered my name like a lullaby. They screamed it like a command. By the time I stumbled into the open air, my lungs seared as if I'd swallowed fire. The sky had darkened. Night had fallen while I was underground. My tent was a pale shape in the square below, but even from that distance I knew it wouldn't feel safe. The mountain hadn't finished with me. When I finally collapsed by the fire, the voices had quieted, but silence didn't comfort me. Because now, when the flames cracked, I swore they shaped themselves into syllables. My name hissed in the sparks. Tobias. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, the memory of those faces under stone pressed up against the inside of my skull. And beneath it all, I knew one thing: the mountain had spoken to me, and it had only just begun. The fire burned low by the time the horizon began to pale, and I realized I had gone the whole night without daring to close my eyes. Every time my head sagged, I heard the voices again, sometimes muffled through earth, sometimes clear as though someone leaned right over my shoulder. By dawn, my nerves were raw. My hands shook when I tried to boil water for coffee, and more than once I fumbled the pot into the ash. The rational side of me begged for retreat. Pack the tent. Drive down the mountain. Pretend none of it had ever happened. But reason felt like a weak candle compared to the pull of that cavern. My chest ached with a weight I couldn't explain. As though I'd left something down there, something with my name carved into it, and the mountain wouldn't let me go until I retrieved it. I told myself I would go back, just once more, in daylight, and prove it had been tricks of exhaustion and fear. I would sketch the carvings, mark the chamber, then leave for good. That was the plan. But I already knew I was lying to myself. When I stepped into the mine the second day, the air felt heavier, as if the darkness remembered me. My lantern illuminated the same rails, the same beams, but I walked faster this time, not marking my turns, letting instinct guide me back toward the chamber. My boots echoed harder against the stone, and I thought I could hear another set of steps, just a beat behind mine. Whenever I stopped, the echo stopped too. The crosscut tunnel that had seemed dangerous yesterday now looked inviting, as though the cracked timbers leaned wider to usher me in. My chest tightened, my breath shallow. Yet I pressed forward until the cavern opened once more, the pit waiting for me like an open mouth. Only this time, something was different. The stacked stones circling the pit were no longer neat. Some had tumbled inward, scattered into the darkness. Dust coated the edges where something had shifted, recently violently. And as I leaned closer, I realized the pit no longer breathed cold. The air that rose from it was warm, metallic, carrying the unmistakable smell of blood. I gagged, pressing a sleeve to my face, but the stench clung. The voices whispered faintly, no longer a chorus. Just one or two, low and hushed, like conspirators speaking just out of reach. Tobias, I almost dropped the lantern. The voice had weight this time, as if it had pushed against the air itself. It sounded close. Too close. I staggered back, heart slamming, and swung the light toward the walls. The carvings were sharper, I swear it. Where yesterday they had seemed weathered, now the edges glistened, as if freshly cut, and worse, between the symbols my name had been etched. Over and over, in the same hand, down the length of the wall. Tobias Ward. Tobias Ward. Tobias Ward. My throat closed. I had not carved them. No one had. No one could have. Unless the mountain itself had learned to write. Panic won. I bolted, lantern beam lurching across the walls, as I stumbled through the narrow tunnel. My shoulder scraped rock. Sparks of pain shooting down my arm, but I didn't stop. Not until I burst back into daylight panting. Half collapsed against the frame of the mine entrance. The sky was a hard, merciless blue. I blinked against it, feeling ridiculous with my lungs heaving and my face streaked with dust. But even under the sun, the whisper followed me, just at the edge of hearing. A rasp, a hush, my name twisting in syllables beneath the ordinary sounds of wind and insects. Back at camp, I tore down the tent. My hands moved fast, jerky, stuffing gear into my truck bed without care. My only thought was to leave before the sun dipped again, before darkness dragged me back toward the pit. The engine roared to life. Relief almost choked me. I steered down the cracked road, eyes flicking between the mirror and the curve ahead, desperate to put distance between myself and the mine. But less than 2 miles down the mountain, I slammed on the brakes. The road was gone. Where yesterday a winding track led into the valley, now a wall of stone blocked the way. Not a landslide, an actual wall, smooth and sheer, stretching from the tree line to the cliff's edge. As if the mountain had grown a new face overnight. I reversed hard, wheels skidding on gravel. Then tried the alternate track that cut east toward the ridgeline. Another wall of stone. My hands clenched the wheel so tightly I thought the bones might snap. There was no way out. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, staring at the impossible. Finally, I killed the ignition. The silence that followed was complete, as though the world had been holding its breath for me. Then, soft, steady, inevitable, the whisper rose again. Tobias. It came from the stone wall itself. I don't remember walking back into town, only that when I reached the square, the church bell tolled. A hollow, broken sound that echoed too long for that hadn't hung in decades. My lantern was still clipped to my belt, but I didn't light it. The sun had not yet set, and I wasn't ready to surrender to flame again. Inside the church, dust coated the pews like frost. The altar had collapsed into rubble, but the air vibrated with sound. Every wall seemed to hum with voices just beneath hearing, like 1,000 throats pressed against the wood. My name wove through them, pulling me to the center aisle. That's when I saw the Bible. It lay open on the altar, though the altar was broken. The book resting on stone as if placed there deliberately. Its pages had not yellowed or warped with time. The leather binding gleamed faintly in the dim light, and across its open spread, written in ash, black strokes that looked burned into the parchment, was my name. Line after line after line. Tobias Ward. I fled before I could touch it. My boots rang against the floor, the pews groaning as if something stirred beneath them. Outside, the sun was dropping fast. The shadows of the ruined buildings stretched long across the square, reaching for me like claws. I retreated to my truck, locked the doors, and sat with the lantern burning beside me. The cab smelled of fuel and sweat, but even that didn't mask the metallic tang that clung to my clothes. I tried to stay awake, tried to tell myself dawn would bring a way out, but fatigue dragged me under. And in sleep, the mountain came for me. The dream was too vivid to be only a dream. I stood in the cavern again, the pit yawning before me, but this time the stone skin was gone. The pit was open, deep, filled with shadows that wreathed like water. Hands reached from it, not pressed beneath stone, but fully free, pale and wet, their nails clawing the air. Faces emerged, mouths stretching wide, and their voices bled into one. Tobias Ward. I fell forward before I realized I was moving. My body dove into the pit willingly, like I had been waiting all along. Cold closed over me. Darkness sealed the world away. And in that suffocating weight, something touched my shoulder. A hand, gentle guiding, pulling me down. I woke screaming, fist slamming into the steering wheel, lantern flickering wildly in the cramped cab. Sweat poured down my back, soaking the seat. The night outside was absolute. No moon, no stars, only the black outline of ruined buildings. But what froze me wasn't the dark. It was the mud on my boots. Thick, wet, and clotted with silver, flecked stone dust. The kind of earth from the chamber floor. I had not been there since yesterday morning, and yet the mud was fresh, damp enough to stain the mat under my feet. My body began to tremble. I opened the door, staggered into the night air, and raised the lantern. The town lay silent, but as I turned in a slow circle, my light fell on new carvings. Every wall, every beam, every doorframe was etched with the same marks I had seen underground. And between them, always my name. 1,000 times over. Burned into the wood, gouged into stone, painted across glass in streaks of what looked too dark to be dust. The entire town had learned my name. My knees buckled. I gripped the lantern tight, breath tearing through my throat. There was no running, no road out. The mountain wanted me, and it was drawing me closer with every step, every whisper, every carved word. And then, just as I lifted the lantern higher, I saw movement. A shadow slipped from one alley into another. Too tall to be human, shoulders hunched, limbs bending wrong. Its body rippled the way the stone in the pit had rippled, as though it wasn't solid, but held together by will alone. My stomach dropped into ice. It stopped at the edge of the square and turned toward me. No face, not really, but the impression of one, shifting and flickering. Eyes sinking and rising, mouth stretching too wide. And when it opened that mouth, the chorus of voices poured out, every one of them saying my name at once. The lantern guttered. And the last thought before the flame steadied again was that I was no longer outside the mountain at all. The town itself was only another chamber, and I was already inside. The lantern was the only thing that kept me from surrendering to the dark. Its glow was thin, fragile, and every time it flickered, I thought the world would collapse into nothing. The shadow at the edge of the square did not move closer, but I could feel its stare. A weight pressed on my chest, heavier with each passing second, as though invisible hands were already testing how much I could bear before breaking. I forced myself toward the church. My boots scraped over broken stone, my breath loud in my ears. The air smelled of iron, sharp and thick, and every step felt like walking into a furnace of whispers. They rolled over me, not just behind my ears now, but inside my skull, my bones, my heartbeat. At the church door, the lantern flame swelled suddenly, brighter than before, as if it didn't want to die yet. In the new light, I saw that the doorframe was completely carved. Not with prayers, not with scripture. Only my name, Tobias Ward, again and again, running in jagged lines like veins. Some letters dripped as if inked in something wet. I should have turned away. I should have run anywhere else. But the church was the heart of the town, and some part of me felt certain that whatever bound this place together, whatever drew me here, was waiting inside. The pews groaned as I stepped in. My lantern revealed fresh footprints in the dust leading down the central aisle. They were mine, my boots, my stride, except they were deeper, pressed harder, as if something heavier than me had walked the same path. My stomach clenched, bile creeping into my throat. The Bible was gone, the altar bare. In its place was a hole. The floor had been ripped open in the night, wood splintered, stone pried apart, leaving a shaft that yawned black and endless. From it came the smell of damp earth and old metal, and from its depths rose the voices again, no longer hushed, no longer coaxing. They roared my name like a hymn. Tobias Ward. I dropped to my knees, clutching the lantern. Heat blasted from the hole, yet my skin shivered as though I had stepped into snow. My head swam. The ground tilted. And then, without choosing, without resistance, I began to lower myself into the shaft. The descent was slow, jagged stones scraping my arms, splinters tearing my palms. I tried to hold the lantern steady, but it swung wildly, throwing spasms of light against the walls. The deeper I went, the louder the voices became, until I could not tell if they were outside or inside me. When my boots hit earth, I realized I had entered another chamber. This one was different from the first. The walls glowed faintly, as if veins of silver pulsed with their own inner fire. Faces pressed through them, clear now, mouths opening and closing in perfect rhythm with the chanting. They were not strangers. They were men in miners' helmets, women with kerchiefs, children with dirt-smeared cheeks. I recognized them from the photographs that still hung in the assay office, yellowed with age. The missing crew, the vanished families. Their eyes turned in unison toward me. My lantern dimmed. Shadows thickened around me until it felt like I stood at the bottom of a well filled with smoke. A figure stepped forward from the wall, peeling itself free of stone, as though the mountain had birthed it. It was tall, too tall, its shoulders brushing the ceiling, its limbs stretched longer than human. Its face flickered between the miners, the women, the children, every one of them bleeding into the other until it settled, horribly, on my own. I was staring at myself, my jaw, my eyes, my lips twisted into a smile that didn't belong to me. "You came back," it said. The voice was not one, but hundreds, layered on top of each other, a choir of the dead. My knees trembled. I didn't. I tried, but my throat closed. "You came back," it repeated, stepping closer. My lantern flame shrank, cowering, retreating into its own glass. The creature, my reflection, my echo, tilted its head. "Do you know what silver is? Not metal, not wealth. Silver is a mirror. It remembers every strike of the pick, every cry in the dark, every name whispered by men dying in the earth. The mountain remembers, and it has chosen you." I shook my head, stepping back until stone pressed against my shoulders. "No. I only came to look. To leave." The faces in the walls groaned, mouths twisting open. The voices surged louder. My name filled every crevice, every pocket of air. "You cannot leave," the figure said with my own smile. "You are written now. The stone carries you." And then the walls began to close. The faces pressed harder, stretching the rock like wax, arms straining outward, fingers clawing the air. The cavern shrank with every second, the ceiling dropping, the floor rising. My chest crushed tight. My lantern fell and shattered, glass scattering. Darkness poured in. Hands seized me, not flesh, not bone, but stone gone soft and hot. They clamped around my wrists, my ankles, dragging me toward the wall. I screamed, thrashing, but the sound was drowned by the chant. "Tobias Ward. Tobias Ward." The wall rippled like water, swallowing my hand up to the wrist, then my arm. Stone closed over me, heavy and wet. My chest squeezed, ribs creaking, lungs desperate for air. My face pressed against the wall, the cool surface bending around me like a mask. Through the blur of stone, I saw the figure, my own face, watching with calm eyes. "You belong to us," it said. I don't know how I broke free. Maybe panic gave me strength. Maybe the mountain wasn't ready yet. But with a violent wrench, I tore myself back. Stone screamed as though I'd ripped muscle from bone. I stumbled, skin raw, arms burning with bruises in the shape of fingers. And then I ran. I don't remember the turns, the shafts, the climb. I only remember the voices chasing me, the walls tightening, the air crushing my lungs. When I burst from the mine entrance, the dawn was breaking. The light should have been salvation. But the town was waiting. Every building leaned closer, warped, bent, as if the structures themselves had taken breath. The carved names glowed faintly, hundreds of them shimmering silver in the early sun. And across the ground, leading to my truck, a trail of footprints. Mine again. Except this time, they did not stop at the driver's door. They circled it. They split into dozens of paths, branching, multiplying, until it looked like I had walked in every direction at once. I staggered into the cab, turned the key, and begged the engine to catch. It sputtered, roared, and I tore down the road, yet the stone wall was gone. The valley lay open as though it had never been sealed. I drove until the town was nothing but a smear of shadow in the mirror. I did not stop. Not when the road leveled, not when the gas ran low, not even when exhaustion dragged my head down. When I finally pulled into the next town, strangers turned to stare at me. My clothes were caked with silver, flecked mud. My skin bruised black where the hands had gripped. And when I opened my mouth to ask for help, my voice cracked with something that was not only mine. At the motel mirror, I saw why. My reflection mouthed words before I did. Its lips curled into that wrong smile, the same one I'd seen underground. And though the glass was clear, I swear I saw silver glint in its eyes. Now I can't tell if I ever left. The voices are quieter here, muffled by distance, but they are not gone. At night, the walls of the room ripple faintly, just enough to make me flinch. Sometimes, when I lie awake, I hear footsteps pacing in the hall, my stride, my weight. I keep telling myself I escaped, that the town is still up there, hollow, rotting, empty. But when I press my ear to the motel wall, I hear it, picks striking stone. My name whispered in rhythm. The mountain is patient. It let me walk out once. But I don't think it will let me walk out again. And maybe, just maybe, I already belong to it. My name is Clara Venn, and what I am about to recount is not the sort of tale one tells easily. I was raised with a certain belief in order, in sense, in the neatness of things that could be explained by light and reason. But when I came to that abandoned schoolhouse, and when I opened the diary lying within it, I discovered that my years of quiet rationality were not enough to keep the shadows from crowding close. I tell you this not for comfort, but for the sake of truth. For I have learned that what waits in forgotten corners has no need for our belief. It simply exists, and it comes closer the longer one lingers. The schoolhouse stood at the edge of the town, or what was left of the town. I had driven out there on a whim, if I am honest. Friends had spoken of ghost towns, of hollow buildings left to rot since the early 20th century, when the mines ran dry and people fled westward. I had been in the mood for wandering, and so I found myself walking a road of fractured tar, weeds rising up through its cracks, until the trees parted and I saw it. The windows were dusted in opaque gray, the roof slanted, half collapsed, and a sign with most of its letters gone still whispered CHOL across the beam. The door was unlatched, as though time itself had given up on keeping intruders away. The hinges moaned at the weight of my push, and the air inside struck me first. Dry, thick, carrying the faint soreness of mildew, and the sharper tang of old paper. The floorboards sagged but held. There were rows of desks, many overturned, some still upright, all carved with initials and scratches of students long dead or gone. I remember running my hand across the surface of one, the grooves biting against my palm like the faintest warning. It was not my first instinct to search. I am not by nature a thief of memories. But when I stepped toward the teacher's desk, its drawer hanging half open, I felt that particular pull one cannot dismiss. Curiosity is sometimes dressed like a suggestion, other times like a demand. I slid the drawer open fully, and inside lay a single book. Its cover was blackened with dust, the leather stiff and cracking. The edges of the pages looked yellowed, brittle, but intact. Across the front, in faded ink, was written simply, DIRY. I carried it to the nearest desk that was still upright, sat, and opened the cover with both care and trepidation. The first page bore no name, only a date, written neatly at the top, September 3, 1911. Below it was a passage in small, precise handwriting. The words described a girl named Margaret, who sat by the window, whispering that she saw something moving in the field beyond, though no one else saw it. The entry ended with a note, "Tomorrow we will watch more closely." And beneath that, the date again, September 3, 1911. I frowned. It struck me as odd. Why write the date twice, once at the top and once at the end? Yet I read on. The next page was September 4, 1911. Another account of that schoolroom. Another about Margaret. And again at the bottom, the date repeated. I turned to the third page. And the fourth. Reading through descriptions of children fidgeting, lessons taught, and the same girl claiming to see figures outside the windows, in daylight where no one stood. I should have closed the book. I should have left it there. But when my eyes drifted to the bottom of the fifth page, my chest went cold. Written in that same careful hand was the date, September 28, 2025. It was the very day I sat there, the very day I read it. At first I thought it a mistake, some coincidence. My mind perhaps misreading the faded ink. But I blinked, and it remained. My hands shook as I flipped backward and forward, skimming entries that had once been ordinary in tone, until each one ended with the exact date. I happened to glance at the page. September 27th. September 26th. Each aligned with the days I might have read them if I had discovered the book sooner. I pressed my fingers hard against the paper, half expecting it to crumble or smudge, but the ink was deep, permanent, as though it had always been waiting. I told myself I was tired, my eyes playing tricks, but I could not look away. The entry for that day went further than the others. It described not Margaret, nor the lessons, but something else. It said, "Today someone sits at my desk. She is not of our time. She wears strange clothes, her hair tied back differently, her hands trembling as she reads. I watch her even now. I do not know her name yet." I closed the diary so quickly the sound cracked through the silence. My breath came fast, and I could hear my pulse like a drum in my ears. It was impossible, and yet there it was. The words had been written more than a century ago, and they described me as I sat, in that moment, in that decaying classroom. The room seemed to darken. I turned toward the windows, where the glass was thick with grime, but I thought I saw movement. Flickers of shape beyond the glass. My rational mind shouted at me that it was nothing but wind in the grass, tricks of shadow, but the echo of the diary's words pressed against me. Someone watches, someone sees. I gathered myself enough to stand, clutching the book to my chest. I thought of leaving it, of fleeing the schoolhouse and never returning. But something had settled into me, something that whispered this diary had chosen me as much as I had chosen it. I stepped outside into the afternoon light, though the sun seemed duller now, the air colder. My car waited at the edge of the cracked road, but my hand would not release the diary. I drove home with it beside me, its presence heavy as stone. That night, I placed it on my kitchen table. I told myself I would not open it again, that it could sit untouched and forgotten, just an artifact, nothing more. Yet I could not keep away. At midnight, my fingers betrayed me. I opened it once more, to a new page, the ink darker here, fresher, though still in that meticulous hand. It bore the date September 29, 2025. Tomorrow. Tomorrow's date. The words beneath were brief but chilling. She will return to me. I shut the book, but the words clung to me. I did not sleep. Each time I closed my eyes, I imagined that quiet classroom, the rows of desks, the sense of unseen eyes beyond the windows. I heard the faint scrape of chalk on a board, where no teacher stood. I heard the whisper of Margaret, insisting someone moved in the fields. And above all, I felt watched. The morning came gray, and though my body begged for rest, I dressed and carried the diary with me, unable to abandon it. At work, I kept it in my bag, checking that it was still there as though it might vanish. I tried to ignore it, to immerse myself in tasks, in conversations, but every thought returned to the page I had not yet read. The promise of tomorrow. By evening, I had made a decision. I would go back to the schoolhouse. I told myself I wanted to prove something. To prove that the words could not hurt me. That the diary was no more than coincidence and suggestion. But deep down I knew it was not logic that drove me. It was compulsion. The same compulsion that had pressed me to open the desk drawer in the first place. Something unseen had set its hand on my shoulder, and I was following. The sky was blood red with sunset when I reached the edge of town again. The schoolhouse loomed darker than before. Its roofline jagged against the dying light. I entered with less hesitation this time, as though I had accepted my role. The diary was already open in my hands. I turned to the marked page. It was there, the date of the next day, September 29, 2025. Only now, beneath the words, "She will return to me," new ink blot across the page. The letters formed slowly, curling, as if an invisible hand dragged the pen. I stood frozen as the words completed themselves. She has returned. And I understood, with a certainty that made my stomach drop, that I was no longer merely reading. I was being written. The words had finished bleeding across the page, and the diary lay still in my hands. Yet the silence of the classroom pressed downvier than any sound. She has returned. It glared up at me from the paper like a verdict, final and unarguable. My throat felt dry, as though the dust of the abandoned schoolhouse had lodged deep inside. I wanted to tell myself that I had imagined the movement of the ink, that I had slipped into some waking dream. But my trembling fingers against the page told a different story. The letters were wet. When I pulled my hand back, there was a smear of black across my fingertips, staining the ridges of my skin. The air inside that room had grown unbearably close. The kind of stillness that feels deliberate, as though the world itself holds its breath to see what you will do. I knew I should leave. But instead, I flipped to the next page, compelled by something deeper than curiosity. There was no date written yet, no words at all, only the faint impression of lines waiting to be filled. The emptiness felt worse than the entries. I had the sudden, awful sense that the page was hungry, waiting for me, blank, so that it could record my next step, my next thought, my next mistake. I closed the diary and pressed it hard against my chest. My heart hammered so fiercely I feared it might break through bone. Outside, the last sliver of daylight had gone, and the windows glowed with a sickly gray reflection of the empty desks. When I looked up, I thought I saw shapes, children perhaps, seated quietly, their faces pale, their outlines indistinct, as if the dust itself had risen to take their form. None moved. None blinked. They sat and stared. I stumbled back from the teacher's desk, nearly losing my balance on the warped floorboards. The diary slipped from my arms and landed with a muffled thud, pages spreading like wings on the ground. I couldn't bring myself to pick it up. I fled the building, shoving the door open so hard that it banged against the wall, and I ran to my car. The night air outside was cold, almost sharp, and for a moment I thought I heard laughter. A child's giggle, light but mocking, carried faintly across the field. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. The drive home was a blur of headlights and black road. My hands clenched the steering wheel so tightly that they ached, but I couldn't relax them. My mind kept circling around one terrible realization: I had left the diary behind. For a few minutes, relief trickled through me. Good, let it rot where it belonged. But then the relief soared into dread. If it could write me into its pages, then leaving it behind wasn't safety. It was surrender. Whatever force lingered in those walls had already reached me, and abandoning the book would not sever the connection. It had seen me. It had named me. It had written me. That night, I dreamed of chalkboards, stretching across endless walls, each one scrawled with my name over and over, the handwriting small and perfect. I tried to erase the words, but the chalk dust rose in clouds, choking me, and when it settled, the names were back again, multiplied. In the corner of the classroom stood Margaret, the girl from the diary's earliest pages. She had no eyes, only hollow sockets, yet I felt her stare burrow deep into me. She raised a hand, pointing, and whispered, "She has returned." I woke to darkness and sweat, soaked sheets, my body shaking. The following day, I promised myself I would not return. I went to work, I sat through meetings, I forced laughter at small jokes, but everything felt brittle. Each sound was distant, muted, as though I were separated from the world by a pane of glass. At my desk, I glanced down at my notebook, and a chill ripped through me. On the last line I had written in my own hand, notes for a report, nothing unusual. There was something else beneath it. The ink was not mine, the handwriting foreign. It read, September 30, 2025. She will come back tonight. I closed the notebook, my pulse surging so violently I felt dizzy. The others in the office looked at me strangely, but I made excuses and left early, stumbling out into the daylight. I couldn't escape the message, though. Every signpost, every slip of paper, every advertisement on the way home seemed to blur until the numbers 9-30 forced themselves into view. The date surrounded me like a cage. That evening, as twilight bled into night, I tried to resist. I locked my doors, drew the curtains, turned on every light. But as the hours passed, the silence in my apartment grew unbearable. I kept expecting to hear the creak of desks, the scrape of chalk, the giggle of a child echoing from the corners. At 11:47 p.m., a sharp sound came from the hallway outside my door. Not a knock, something lighter. A shuffle, the quick patter of feet. My breath stopped. I sat frozen, listening. Then, faint and undeniable, the sound of a bell, a clear, high chime, though no church stood within miles. My resolve cracked. I knew then that I would not find peace here. The diary had written my return. Whether I went willingly or not, the night would draw me back. At 11:59, with my body trembling as though fevered, I drove again to the abandoned schoolhouse. The town was darker now, the silence even deeper. The building loomed like a waiting mouth. The door swung open easily. Inside, the air was colder than the autumn night outside, cold enough that my breath fogged. The diary lay exactly where I had dropped it, on the warped floorboards before the teacher's desk. Its pages fluttered in a wind that did not exist. I forced myself forward, every instinct screaming to run. When I bent to lift the book, it fell open to the next page, and the ink was already there, freshly dried. It bore that day's date, September 30, 2025. The entry was brief. She has come back. She will stay. The desks around me shifted, their wood groaning, and I saw them again. The faint, translucent figures of children, each seated neatly facing forward. Margaret was among them, her eyeless face tilted toward me. The teacher's shadow stretched across the blackboard, though no body cast it. My legs locked. I could not run. My voice came out a whisper, hoarse and trembling. "What do you want from me?" The diary responded. The ink blotted quickly, letters unfurling across the page like veins. To remember. To be remembered. To keep class from ending. The words pulsed dark, and beneath them, new lines appeared. "Write with us." The chalkboard screeched, invisible hands scrawling my name again and again until the sound made my skull throb. The children tapped their desks in rhythm, a slow, steady beat, their heads turning in unison. I felt my own hand twitch, the urge to pick up chalk, to scrawl the letters myself. It was not an invitation. It was a command. I dropped the book and stumbled back, my heels catching on the warped wood. The rhythm of the tapping grew louder, closer, a drumbeat that filled the room. My back hit the door, but it would not open. The handle spun uselessly beneath my grip. Trapped, the only light came from the pages of the diary, glowing faintly, beckoning me to return. I screamed then, a raw, desperate sound, and hurled myself against the door. It gave way at last, and I tumbled into the night, gasping, the sound of the tapping echoing after me, until I reached the car. I drove until the town vanished behind me, until the sky began to pale at the edges with dawn. Only then did I pull over, chest heaving, tears stinging my eyes. The diary was not with me. I had left it in the schoolhouse once more. But I knew that didn't matter. When I looked at the passenger seat, there it lay, silent and closed, as though it had ridden with me all along. The diary sat in the passenger seat, as though it had never left, its cover calm and unremarkable, its weight pressing into the fabric as though it were simply a book, no different from any other. But I knew better. My stomach clenched, and I gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles paled. I hadn't carried it out of the schoolhouse. I had left it on the floor in that dark room. But there it was beside me, patient, expectant. I thought about flinging it out the window, leaving it on the side of the road where passing trucks might crush it into dust. But a dread deeper than reason warned me not to. I could imagine it too vividly returning home, walking into my apartment, and finding it already resting on my table, open to a new page that bore not only the date, but my own name written with precision. The diary wasn't something I could abandon anymore. It was something I had been claimed by. The dawn painted the horizon with faint streaks of pink as I drove home. Every shadow seemed stretched too long, every sign blurred until the letters looked more like numbers, counting down. I pulled into the lot, parked, and sat for long minutes staring at the book. My reflection in the windshield looked gray and hollow, as though I had aged years in the span of one night. I finally picked it up, holding it like one might hold a venomous snake, and carried it inside. I set it on the kitchen table, the same place it had lain before, and backed away. For hours I refused to touch it. I brewed coffee I never drank. I turned on the television. I scrolled aimlessly through my phone, but every few minutes my eyes darted back to the book. Its cover never moved. Its pages never fluttered, yet the pressure of it filled the room. By noon, I couldn't resist. I opened it. The new page bore the date October 1, 2025. Today, The handwriting was as perfect as ever, a neat script that curved elegantly across the paper. The words were longer this time, more deliberate. She brings me home. She gives me a place to rest. She will write soon. She will join us. I slammed the book shut, but the words already echoed in my mind, repeating with each heartbeat. She will join us. I didn't know what that meant, but dread pooled in me, thick and cold. The hours that followed blurred together. I heard faint sounds that had no source. The scratch of chalk against slate when no board stood in my home. The tapping of small fingers on desks that weren't there. The rise and fall of children reciting in unison. Sometimes I swore I felt the air move, as if someone had brushed past me, close enough that the hair on my arms rose. At one point I turned sharply and thought I saw her Margaret, the girl with the hollow sockets, standing by the window. She did not move, did not breathe, but when I blinked, she was gone. By evening I realized I hadn't eaten. My hands shook as I held a piece of bread, and when I glanced down, crumbs scattered across the open diary. The page was fresh again, the date now October 2, 2025, tomorrow. The words beneath were worse than anything yet. She will stay with us. She will not leave. She will be written. I shoved back from the table so hard the chair tipped and crashed. I couldn't stay in that apartment. I couldn't breathe. I grabbed my bag, shoved the diary inside, and drove aimlessly into the night. Headlights cutting through the dark like a thin shield. I thought if I kept moving, if I outran the next date, I could escape. But deep down I knew the truth. The book did not need the schoolhouse anymore. It had me. Somewhere along the highway, exhaustion blurred my vision. I pulled into a rest stop, parked beneath the flickering glow of a broken lamp, and leaned back against the seat. The diary sat heavy in my bag, its presence unrelenting. I closed my eyes for only a moment. When I woke, it was midnight. The world outside was silent, too silent, the kind that seems pressed against your eardrums. I sat upright, my chest tight, and realized the diary was no longer in the bag. It rested open on my lap, though I hadn't touched it. My throat locked as I looked down. The page glowed faintly, the letters bleeding into view even as I stared. The date was October 3, 2025. The words said, "She will begin writing now." I dropped it onto the passenger seat, shaking my head violently. "No, I won't." My voice cracked, too thin in the stillness. But even as I denied it, I felt the weight of a pen in my pocket, heavier than it should be. I pulled it out and stared at it, an ordinary pen transformed into a threat. My hand trembled. I clenched it so hard it hurt. But the urge to put pen to page was unbearable, like thirst after days without water. I don't remember making the choice. One moment I fought it. The next the nib scratched across the paper. My own handwriting spilled out, uneven and hurried. My name is Clara Venn. I found a diary in the schoolhouse. Each page ended with a date that matched the day I read it. I froze, staring at the words. They weren't just mine. They were the beginning, the very beginning. The words I had spoken to myself when all this started. The diary hadn't been recording the past. It had been writing the future, and now I was completing the circle. I dropped the pen, heart slamming in my chest, and slammed the diary shut. My reflection in the dark window stared back at me, and for the first time, I wasn't certain it was me. The eyes were too dark, too hollow, too much like Margaret's. I drove again, not knowing where, only that I couldn't stop. The night blurred, and when dawn came, I found myself back at the town. I don't know if I chose it or if the book led me, but there was the schoolhouse waiting. The roof sagged, the windows gray with grime, the doorway open like a mouth that knew I would return. I carried the diary inside. The air was freezing, though the morning sun outside was warm. The desk stood in neat rows now, upright, polished as though decades had never touched them. Children sat at each, faint and translucent, eyes fixed forward. Margaret was in the front row, her hollow gaze locked on me. The teacher's shadow stretched tall across the blackboard, though no figure stood to cast it. The diary opened itself in my hands. The page bore today's date, October 3rd, 2025. Only one line had been written: "She will stay." The chalk squealed against the board, writing words in perfect script. Belksham Back. The children tapped their desks in unison, a steady rhythm that filled the room. My body shook, but my feet carried me forward to the teacher's desk, as though strings had been tied to my limbs. I tried to resist, but resistance meant nothing now. I sat. The diary waited open before me, pen resting across the page. The urge to write consumed me, fiercer than hunger, sharper than thirst. I picked up the pen with hands that were no longer entirely mine. The children's voices rose together, chanting softly, endlessly, "Write with us. Write with us." The first line I wrote was shaky but legible. "My name is Clara Venn." The second came easier. "I found a diary in the schoolhouse." The third flowed smooth as breath. Each page ended with a date that matched the day I read it. The tapping of desks grew louder, faster, until it sounded like rain against a coffin lid. My pen moved across the paper, filling line after line, words pouring as though I were only a vessel. I wrote until my hand cramped, until my vision blurred, until the pages turned themselves beneath my grip, eager for more. The last thing I remember clearly is Margaret rising from her desk. She walked toward me, her outline sharpening, her hollow sockets fixed on mine. She leaned close, so close I felt her breathless chill against my cheek, and whispered, "Now class is complete." Darkness pressed in, and the scratching of the pen against the paper became the only sound. Endless, endless, endless. If you are reading this, if these words have reached you, then the diary has found another desk, another student, another writer. Do not open it. Do not read. Once your name is written, the class never ends.